Empress Trish,
Yes, my Lord.
you can start the music. I'm going to give you the host.
Give thanks.
Go ahead. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Blessed love, royal family.
Blessed love, King.
Love, my Lord.
Give thanks, my lords and empresses.
The music stop again. Empress. Empress Trish. Empress Trisha. We're not hearing the song. Okay, that's it.
said, oh, my Lord and Empress, Majesty.
Majesty and honor, my Lord. Thank
So,
God.
my lord. My
Oh,
lord.
yeah, I said that, doggy. You ready?
Yes, I ever ready, you know.
Don't lie.
Like His Majesty said, we were made for this, my Lord. We were
Yes,
made
yes.
for this.
Rastafari.
Prophet Okito, if you're hearing me, link Daddy and tell Daddy say need to jump on now.
Eh?
No, I'm speaking to Prophet Okito.
Okay,
Priest
Honorable.
Ramon,
I will give him a call right away.
yeah man, him need to come on.
Honorable Priest Isaac, my Lord.
Blessed love, give thanks, royal. Thanks continually.
How art thou, sir?
It's all is well, my Lord, keep on downgrading. Thanks, I am the major.
I not.
Blessed love, my Lord.
All right.
Yeah, man. Bless.
Said love Empress Trisha.
Of my lord and my lord.
Blessed them.
Warm to the music.
Take the music stop.
Okay. Still about 10 minutes still.
Empress Trish,
Music.
Empress Trisha, we're not hearing the music.
She not there now. Come like she watch my beast. Like the thing drop. She not on right now. Like the internet must be dropped by her.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love. Empress, Royal Technician. We still have a few minutes. Make we hear too little music now.
I pray, my lord, the internet keep coming and going. I pray.
And I realize that we go work with it, but do it on now and give it the tools on you.
My Lord, Priest Dougie, could you make me host, please?
Bless the love, my Lord and Empress. You hearing me?
Blessed love.
Hi, Secretary.
Yes. Yes.
Blessed love, Empress.
Oh. Yes, my Lord.
Honorable Prophet Mendiso, Josh Sugar, Majesty.
Bless the love, my Lord. Honorable Empress Trisha.
Blessed love,
Empress Trisha.
yes, Honorable Empress.
Empress, you could pull up the program for me. You could send it to me. Or I could do it myself.
Yes, Josh Sugar.
The program Empress. Give thanks, Empress, please. Give thanks, Empress.
You're welcome, Empress.
See me good? You hearing me good, Empress?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm just kind of busy on my side.
Give thanks.
Miss Empress. Blessed weekend. have to pull up the program on your phone so that I can get into the PowerPoint.
Yes, Empress.
Empress Nicole,
Empress, best of luck.
you may have to pull up the program on your cell phone or on another device.
I have it here, Empress.
Okay, so that I can pull up the
Yes,
PowerPoint.
Empress. Yes, I have it here.
Different.
Love honorables, apologies. Apologies for Honorable Lamont. I thought it was 12 o'clock Jamaica time. So I just got through to him, the direct talk. So he's gonna get himself together and he will be on with us shortly.
Come on, Regina.
Back to the previous screen, Empress. I just wanted to see screen 3 again. Love it, Empress. Fisher, just give me a view of screen 3 again, please. Slide 3.
I heard you, my lord. I didn't hear you.
I was asking if you could give me a view of slide 3 once more. Just briefly. If you click on slide 3 first again.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second, please. Hold on a second, please.
It's my lad and Empress.
Yeah, we can kill the music now, please.
Yeah, it can look, yeah. We're not going to kill it, but we are.
Pause it.
Yes, my lord and majesty. Well,
One second, Myla. 1 second, please, before we release.
Really, of course.
The Roots Foundation, incorporated in conjunction with the City of Miramar Commissioner Maxwell Chambers, presents the 2023 Marcus Garvey Roots Extravaganza, celebrating Marcus Garvey's 136th birthday anniversary.
When that, brother?
Thursday, August 17th.
What time?
From 7 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Where?
Miramar Multi-Service Center, 6700 Miramar Parkway, Miramar, Florida. Guest speaker, UNIA International Organizer, Moarima Kama. Cultural entertainment featuring the Salsa African Dance Troupe, Drumming Fingers, and singer Joseph Benaya, plus Marcus Garvey Community Service Awards and the Akuya Urban Rootswear Showcase. Hosted by Real Marsha, under the patronage of Jamaican Consul General Oliver Mayer. More info, call 754-264-2205. Streaming live at www.irelivestream.com. Admission free!
Majesty bless. My
Yes,
lord
love.
and
Give
Empress.
thanks.
Give thanks to life and the life giver. Well, seeing that we have the believe man start up. So we call our Reverend in the court of King David, Emmanuel I.
Yes, Jah Rastafari.
Glory be to Father,
To the
to the
Son,
Son, to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, now and
ever shall be.
a world without end. Selassie, Jah Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yo, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down onto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down onto the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, as well as upon the mountain of Zion, from where God commanded his blessings, even life and love forevermore. So here, God, Jehovah, God, Rastafari. Almighty God, the Rastafari, great and terrible God, the Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign in the hearts of our flesh. O thou most eternal Father, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord. Keep and sanctify us all. Cause thy holy face to shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved. O thou most high God, Jah Rastafari. Blessed be the tie that binds our heart in one creation, love. The fellowship of great mind is like that above. Before our Father's throne with our ardent prayers, our fears, our hope, our aims are one, our comfort and our cares. We share our mutual woes, our mutual burdens bear, and often for each other share the sympathizing tear. When we are sunder apart, it gives us inward pain, but we shall still join in heart and hope to meet again, great God. Jehovah,
Jah Rastafari.
Give thanks for another day of evening royal comes of elders. Welcome each everyone. Heart love, heart of celebration, this our emancipation, remembrance. And
pardon me, Honorable Chair, could you fix your camera? Honorable Chair, could you fix your camera so we could see your face properly, please?
You see me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. All right, my Lord, pardon. Yeah, in this moment, we'd like to call Empress Miriam, and she's here across our opening chorus. Please, blessed love.
Looking,
I don't think she's here.
no, going by the program, Honorable.
Yeah. All right, my Lord. I need to find moment for me. Yes, my Lord, but hold on.
Unprofessional team.
Yes, my Lord. All right, but we give thanks and we give praises, and first, we like to call out this Elder Council Committee, Elder Council that was formed. We first I would call out the names of the members of that council, and then I'll continue. So the Elder Council,
pardon me?
As my lad.
Yes, Honorable, this is the Ethiopia Africa Black International Elder Council of Elders.
My Lord.
And
give thanks.
The Honorable Chair will be calling out the names of the members of the Council of Elders.
My Lord. Give thanks, Honorable Royal Priest Ratavana. Yes, so it's that at this moment I will call out the name of the I start with it, my priest Ainsley, And we have a co-chair, Honorable the PRO and coordinator, Honorable Priest Rasana, Treasurer, Honorable Priest Nabi, PRO, Honorable Priest Bariswabo, Honorable Priest Adva, Trustee, Honorable Priest Lecraft, Trustee, Empress Miriam, Trustee, Priest Knuckles, Minister of Spiritual Affairs, Priest Minister of Spiritual Affairs, Priest Lee, Priest Earl, Priest Prince, Priest Ayman, Priest Aswad, Honorable Priest Aswad, Priest Radcliffe, Honorable Priest Adam, Prophet Einat, Honorable Priest Rodney, Honorable Priest Harry, Honorable Priest Bannick, Priest Sonia, Honorable Priest Shami. We also was in this moment we did write younger elder council because just a natural that in a moment they will be the elders. So it would have been natural for them to be a part of this. So the elder council was Honorable Priest Daniel and Shimran. Empress Trisha, a technician, Empress Nicole, secretary, Empress Hosanna, Empress Diana, Honorable Priest Chris, and Honorable Priest Dennis, my Lord and Majesty. So these are the members and of the Elder Council, Ethiopia Baptist Elder Council. And the other names are the bless.
Mute all mics, please. All mics be muted, please.
Yeah. And the other name was the younger elder coming up. At least 14 of the members were to take the reaffirmation to say they reaffirm themselves within the Council of Elders, and it will have some still they were late for whatever they didn't get to give us the exact reaffirmation. Yeah.
My Lord, could you just read the mission statement, my Lord?
Yeah.
It's up on the screen.
Yeah. Yes, my Lord. Well, our mission statement of the Elder Council, the sole mission of the Elder Council is to be the moral compass of the EABIC, this entails observing the administration of the Congress and assuring that all business are done in an technical manner. Elder Council will function as an ethics committee in its essence, bringing order and justice to the membership. The Elder Council is a formal advisory board structure that brings value-driven insight and creative advice with strategic instructions and advocacy within approved guidelines of the membership. The order of business on the agenda is assessing the purpose and functions of our existing groups within the Congress and making recommendations for improvement and or issuing mandates for the effects of immediate rectification to be evident in our my Lord and Majesty. So even at this moment, we give thanks for such a statement. And I believe right now the co-chair is that him can expand on the whole runnings, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for your patience and rapid attention. Is the Honorable Co-Chair here, my Lord?
I don't see him on the platform, so we will just move right along.
All right, so within moving along with that turnover, the floor to the Honorable PRO, Priest Rasavana, Coordinator, my Lord.
Yeah, blessed love family, blessed love all. Yeah, give thanks to everyone that has taken time out of their busy schedule to be on the platform today. Well, first of all, I am Priest Rasavana. This afternoon's program is an Elder Council production geared at educating our community on the issue of reparations. And I will be exposed to a treasure trove of information and wisdom from the knowledgeable individuals who will honor us this afternoon with their presence. Information will be presented which will establish the validity of the African claim and demand for restorative justice. The evidence presented will be clear, factual, and incontestable, and eye-opening to many. The discourse will be an interactive one, with the audience having a chance to ask the panelists their questions. Please be prepared for an edifying and uplifting afternoon as I reflect on the reality of emancipation. Before introducing the host for this afternoon, and in accordance with the acknowledgement and the reverence for Black August, a month which is designated for the remembrance and immortalizing of the Pan-African martyrs, I will now ask for a moment of silence in honor of our ancestors. Well, Emmanuel I Selassie I Jah Rastafari.
All right.
Yes, as we honor our ancestors, we are allowed to speak because we have been granted the permission by our ancestors to speak. So we give thanks for such permission. Now, introducing our royal host for this afternoon. The host, the Royal Empress Ozana, hailing from Trinidad Rastafari community, and the Honorable Prophet Okito, hailing from the Jamaica Rastafari community. Our hosts are two of our bright junior Elder Council members, of whom the Congress is extremely proud. I will now welcome the Royal Empress Ozana to the platform as I take my leave for now. Give thanks.
Blessed day, honorable, give thanks, honorable priest, my Lord.
Royal Empress.
Blessed love, Royal Empress. Give thanks.
Yes, I bless love, honorable, give thanks, my Lord. Glorify and give thanks for all said and done so far. First of all, giving thanks for the midday sacrifice, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks.
First, we give thanks for life and mighty life giver, Holy Emmanuel I Selassie. On behalf of the EABIC Elders Council, I would like to acknowledge. Can you please mute the mic, please?
Please mute your mics. Everyone that is not speaking, please mute your mics. Prophet Okito, mute your mic until your turn to come on the platform, please. everyone.
Honorable Priest, I am rest. So just make and then one for
Honorable Empress Susanna, the floor is yours.
Sure, give thanks. On behalf of the EABIC Elders Council, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the global royal family on this platform. Honorable members of the Elders Council, welcome. Honorable panelists, welcome. Honorable Orders, Four Wings, welcome. And Honorable Prophet Okito, who will provide his gracious presence and co-hosting with me to enhance the joy. Welcome, Honorable Prophet Kito. And thank you all.
Thanks,
for prize time. Give thanks, Honorable. I am Honorable Empress Wazana of the EABIC Elders Council, and today's host for the Elders Council first statical event titled Emancipation Day, a Case for Reparation. For the duration of this event, our honorable guests will discuss an eye-opening limitation on the legacy of the emancipation.
Pardon, Empress. Pardon. Forgive me. Empress Diana, can Empress Diana mute her mic, please? And yes. Also the technician, can the technician mute the mics of all other persons who are not speaking at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. What do we know of emancipation, of the Emancipation Proclamation? Usually people have an incomplete understanding of this document. The simplified answer is, it was a document of disappointment and not freedom. Honorable platform, please relax and be enlightened. And without further ado, let us begin with the functionalities for today. The event will start with our first presenter, our highly esteemed matriarch and dear elder mother, honorable guest. Please join with me and welcome our beloved Honorable Leading Empress, Mama Miriam of the EABIC WFLL to sing the opening hymn, Peace, Perfect Peace in this Dark World of Sin. Honorable Empress, the platform is yours. Gracious Mama, rest of love.
Oh, give thanks, royal family. Give thanks, for yet another day of reasoning, and all our family near and far, that is going to speak today, and this as we celebrate our Emancipation Day. Well, beloved family, I was to sing Peace, Perfect Peace, but we does not have the number for Peace, Perfect Peace. So if anyone have the number, the number like Pre-Symes, I wanted was to get Pre-Symes before we started, but unavailable, I did not get him. If not, we're going to sing
726.
1026. Thank you, Priest. Love you. 1026.
726 in the Sacred Songs and Solos.
726. 726. All right, gone. All right.
Majesty, could you actually blessed love one and all? Royal family. Blessed love.
Yes, my lad.
Yeah, Priest Isaac, could anyone actually put it up on the screen, because this in book.
No, it's not gonna be up on the screen, my lad. Someone will have to track it. So Priest Symes, if you have the book, if you have it there, you can track it for them, Priest Symes.
My lad.
Okay.
And continue to our opening hymn for this morning period of emancipation, recognition, and realization. 726 from the Sacred Songs and Solos. Peace, perfect peace in this dark world of sin. The blood of niggers whispers peace within. Peace, perfect peace by throwing duties press. To do the will of niggers, this is rest. Peace, perfect peace with sorrow surging around. With sorrow surging round. A nigger's bosom naught but calm is found. Peace, perfect peace with loved ones far away. In nigger's keeping we are safe and they. Peace, perfect peace, our future all unknown. Negus we know, and he's on the throne. Peace, perfect peace, death shadowing us and ours. Negus had vanquished death and all its powers. It is enough, earth struggles soon shall cease, and Negus called to Zion, perfect peace. Holy Emmanuel, I Selassie, Rastafari. Peace,
right,
perfect
priest.
peace in this dark world of sin.
All right, priest, just one moment. We will go through, and in the half we will say, we will hum, and then we'll come down with the last verse. All right, Majesty?
Yes, Empress.
Oh, give thanks for the understanding. Yes, my Lord, please go ahead.
Peace, perfect peace in this dark world of sin.
Peace, perfect peace in this dark world of sin.
Blood of Negus whispers peace within.
The blood of Negus whisper peace within.
Peace, perfect peace.
Peace, perfect peace.
By throne and duties press.
By and duty press.
Do the will of Negus, this is rest.
Do the will of Negus.
This is so deceptive. There's no such thing as an elders council in Bobashanti. People are so deceptive.
Peace, perfect peace.
You can have peace when you have to.
Who's speaking?
With sorrow thrown around. Seemed like someone was kind of protesting. Empress, the item can continue.
Yes, sir.
Empress
Go
Miriam,
ahead.
could you unmute? Could you
Yes,
unmute
love.
Empress Miriam?
Peace, perfect peace.
With sorrow surging round.
With sorrow surging round.
On Negus' bosom naught but calm is found.
On Negus' bosom not but calm is found.
Peace, perfect peace.
Peace, perfect peace.
Once far away.
One far away.
In Negus keeping we are safe and there.
Negus keeping
Chorus opening him. Peace, perfect peace.
Peace, perfect peace.
Our future all unknown.
Our future all unknown.
Because we know and He's on the throne.
God's reign and He is on that throne.
Peace, perfect peace.
Yes, perfect peace.
Death shadowing us and ours.
Death shall
God's had vanquished death and all its powers.
God's vanquished death and all its power.
It is enough coming down.
Is enough.
Earth struggle soon shall cease.
Earth struggle soon shall cease.
And Negus called to Zion perfect peace.
And Negus called to Zion perfect peace. In our holy Mount Zion, Zion, high, Lord, holy Mount Zion, King and for and queen. Oh, me, a queen of me, God. There and more, there mother of our Holy Mount Zion, Zion, Lord, Holy Mount Zion, mighty God, Holy Mount Zion, 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 high, Holy Mount Zion.
To the work, we are servants of God. Let us follow the path that our master has trod. Balm of his counter strength will renew. Let us do with our hands that our mind point to do. Tiling on. Let us up, let us watch and pray. To the work, there's labor for all. For the kingdom of darkness and error must fall at this hour we hail and chant. Selassie. Unity is strength as I and I step upon this journey. Bless up our loved one in Christ, upon the elders' councils. Selassie.
Rastafari.
Peace, perfect peace.
My Lord and blessed love, family.
Give thanks, Royal Angels. Give thanks for such a wonderful singing of such a wonderful hymn. We really appreciate that. Blessed love, Honorable Empress Miriam.
My Lord.
Blessed love, Honorable Priest Daniel. Give thanks.
Yes,
My
Lord. Honorable, we would now invite the Honorable Priest Lamont to the platform.
Blessed greetings, my Lord.
Unmute your mic, Jesus. Priest Jesus, listen to this. Unmute your mic, God, so you can listen to it.
I pray thee, my Lord, anyone on this platform is asked to be respectful of our elders and of our program, or you will be placed in the waiting room. Thank you.
King Emmanuel never
Please
gave
mute
y'all the
your-
authority to
please
set up
mute
this.
my
There's no
mic.
elders council in Bobo Shanti, so let's be honest.
So, hey, take that daughter off of the platform.
Yeah, no
please.
problem. Take me
Remove
off. The
her,
letter
please.
will be written. Take me off. Take me
Remove
off. The letter will be written
Empress
to cease and
CC.
desist.
Empress
Cease and
CC.
desist using King Emmanuel intellectual
Empress
property and
CC.
deceiving people.
Empress CC, you need to stop it. My Lord.
Honorable Priest Lamont.
Blessed my Lord and Empress. Thanks. Priest Dougie, you have to correct me, but you know I came in late due to technical difficulties. So, am I to make my presentation?
At
Yes,
this
my Lord,
moment,
if you-
we would want you to just give us the aims and objectives of the Elders Council. After that, then I will come in again and introduce you again to do your poem.
Thank you very kindly. Blessed Lord God and Empress, let me give thanks, for this Royal Council of Elders. Let me give thanks for the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of Salvation. We are truly blessed by this culture, and we have come together as councillors for many reasons, some of which are quite evident even in this program and even in the kind of disrespect that we see within the program. And so the Elders Council has really seen the need for its creation and its seating. The aims and objectives of the Council of Elders of the EABC are many. The main aim of the Council is to reunite, enliven, develop, and advance the Ethiopia-Africa Black International Congress. One of its fundamental aims is to foster unity, respect, authority, and best practice among brethren of the EABIC internationally. It seeks to establish and synchronize the high standard governance of the Congress, as was set by the worthy founder leader, the Right Honorable Emmanuel Edwards, a servant of the divine creator. A main focus of the Royal Council of Elders is to beacon moral values among I&I, as it realizes that international morality is at its all-time low. The EABC Council of Elders aims to make transparency the beacon, the indelible mark in all actions and activities. The Council aims to be keen in recognizing members of the Congress and to give value-added address to all concerns brought forward or identified. The Council aims to embrace sound reasoning that encompass brotherly and sisterly love in dealing with all resolutions of conflict among I&I. The Council aims to be relentless in its effort to cause relentless effort to the cause of liberation, redemption, and international repatriation. Objectives of the Council. As its main objective, the elders acknowledge the present constitution of the EABIC. In its objectives, the Elders Council will identify ways of trading and partnering with our brethren on the continent of Africa and other parts of the world. In research and engage in feasible economic ventures that will enhance the economic status of the Congress and improve self-reliance. The Council will work in tandem with all members to assess, access, and utilize the plethora of skills that exist amongst I&I. Within its interim objectives, the Council will call a series of family reasoning internationally to unanimously re-establish the Parliament and other government aspects of the Congress. The Elders Council will help to guide the Congress for implementing programs and budget to bring about the optimal runness and advancement of our youth and the proper conditioning and clarity of their minds toward African identity and the African saga caused by colonialism. It will assist in guiding the Congress forward as it relates to the dialogue with governments locally and globally, particularly with leaders on the motherland, to flesh out right approaches, governance, administration, and execution of reparations, inclusive repatriation. The Council will work assiduously, unendingly, for the well-being and longevity of I&I African continent. Thank you very much, my lords.
give thanks, Honorable Priest, for your wonderful explanation of the aims and objectives of the Elders Council. Give thanks everyone for being here. I'm Okito Lamont, youngest member of the Elders Council, and I am very pleased to have this opportunity today. Also give thanks for our beloved Empress Hosanna, who will be co-hosting this program with me today as well. And, you know, we are grateful to be here. Now, you know, our first encounter with the Europeans was when they came to our motherland with their Bible and indoctrinated the sons of our nobles. It was at this point that, you know, our history, you know, things in our history began to fall apart, you know, for our beloved motherland. Has anyone here heard of the title of this book called Things Fall Apart? It's written by Chinua Achebe. Has anyone heard about that book? Well, if not, then this is a must-read book, all right? And it can be referred to for some of the things that we'll be talking about today. Now, the kind of intervention and indoctrination by the Europeans is what led to the slave trade. Us Africans being, you know, carried away from our homes, carried beyond the memories of our history, our spirituality, and our culture to the Caribbean islands and the Americas. At this point here, I just want to note a similarity between the sounds of carried beyond and Caribbean. Word sound is power and nothing is coincidental. So brothers and sisters, today this program will explain how we were used to develop the Western world, even up to today. All right, I thank you all for being here. And at this point, I would like to introduce again, Honorable Priest Lamont, who will be doing a poem for us. And the name of this poem is called Africa is Calling Thee. Honorable Priest Lamont, I now hand over to you. You have the floor.
Thank you very kindly, Honorable Host, Professor Okito. The poem is actually entitled The Call of Africa. The Call of Africa. Africa is calling thee far across the deep sea, where the ancient rivers run in the land of tropics. How can you contented be when Africa is calling thee? Beneath the African blue, harvest great, laborers few. Will you heed Macedonia call? Negus, our Christ, he lives for all. Hear the cry beyond the sea, Africa. Sound alarms, moves of front arms. Let Ethiopia now awake. Let horrors silence with the gospel. Believe Africa is calling thee. Holy Child of Bethlehem, Africa rescued. He whom Herod sought to slay, he whom Pilate tried one day. Sure, and there is the throne of victory. Now Africa is calling thee. Thank you very much.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont, for your deeply impressing, the theme of this evening with your poem, Honorable. It draws attention and makes it even more receptive to the other program of the evening. It was a pleasure listening to you, my Lord. Give thanks, beloved. Honorable, my Lord and Empress, I would like to take a moment to welcome our evening third presenter, the Royal Chairman of the Elders Council, Honorable Priest Imesley. Our beloved elder have labored hard, long and well, and it is wonderful to drink from the minds of the veterans. Thank you for your presence in advance, Honorable Priest, as you are going to grace us with your hymn by Cool Shiloh Shady Reel. The floor is yours, Honorable.
Blessed Love Royal host, give thanks to such royal invitation.
My Lord.
Continue reading with the second hymn, hymn 1162, from the Sacred Songs and Solos. By cool Shiloh shady rills, how sweet the lily grows, how sweet the breath in the hill of Sharon's dewy rose. No such child whose feet the path of peace have trod, whose secret art and speech was unto God. Like cool Shiloh shady rills, lily must decay. The rose that blooms beneath the hill must shortly fade away. And soon, too soon, the wintry hour of man's mature age will shake the soul sorrow's far and stormy passion rage. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My land, I don't really have one here to track it. So
just
I
sing,
don't know if
my
I want to
land.
have a book or just sing. All right. Give that. By cool Shiloh, the shade, I'll see the lily grow. I'll see the breath beneath the hay. Of Sharon's dewy rose. Oh, son, the child whose early feet the path of peace have trod. Whose secret arm with influence sweet is drawn to God chorus. I go Shiloh, the shady rain, decay, the rose that blooms beneath the air, shortly fade away, come down, and soon, too soon, the weary hour of man's mature age will shake the soul with sorrow's power and stormy passion in our holy Mount Zion, Lord, holy Mount Zion, land. Selah, 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 Hallelujah. Oh, Jah, to King and foreign Queen. Oh, our Savior in a holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord, Lord, oh, Almighty God, in a holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, Rastafari. The Lord is our shepherd, we shall not want. He maketh us to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth us beside the still waters. He restoreth our soul. He leadeth us in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, we will fear no evil. For the Lord shall comfort us and guide us and lead us by the still waters. The black cries, Amen. Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks,
Glorify
Priest
my
Ainsley.
Lord. Give thanks.
Yes,
Give thanks, Honorable Priest Ainsley, for singing that hymn. I will continue reading the blessed Psalm, Psalm 109. To the chief musician, a Psalm of David. Hold not thy peace, O Jah, of my praise, for the mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are opened against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They compassed me about also with words of hatred, and fought against me without a cause. For my love, they are my adversaries, but I give myself unto prayer. And they have rewarded me evil for good, and hatred for my love. Set thou a wicked man over him, and let Satan stand at his right hand. Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. When he shall be judged, let him be condemned, and let his prayer become sin. Let his days be few, and let another take his office. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continually vagabonds, and beg. Let them seek their bread also out of their desolate places. Let the extortioner catch all that he hath, and let strangers spoil his labor. Let there be none to extend mercy unto him, neither let there be any to favor his fatherless children. Let his posterity be cut off, and in the generation following, let their name be blotted out. Let the iniquity of his fathers be remembered with the Lord, and let not the sin of his mother be blotted out. Let them be before the Lord continually, that he may cut off the memory of them from the earth, because that he remembered not to show mercy, but persecuted the poor and needy man, that he might even slay the broken in heart. As he loved cursing, so let it come unto him. As he delighted not in blessing, so let it be far from him. As he clothed himself with cursing, like as with his garment, so let it come into his bowels like water, and like oil into his bones. Let it be unto him as the garment which covereth him, and for a girdle wherewith he is girded continually. Let this be the reward of mine adversaries from the Lord, and of them that speak evil against my soul. Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. What do thou for me, O Jah, the Lord, for thy name's sake, because thy mercy is good, deliver thou me. Selah, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. I am poor and needy, and my heart is wounded within me. I am gone like the shadow when it declineth. I am tossed up and down as a locust. My knees are weak through fasting, and my flesh faileth of fatness. I became also a reproach unto them. When they looked upon me, they shaked their heads. Help me, O Lord my God, O save me according to thy mercy, that they may know that this is thy hand, that thou, Lord, hast done it. Let them curse, but bless thou. Let them curse, but bless thou. When they arise, let them be ashamed, but let thy servant rejoice. I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Mine adversaries be clothed with shame, and let them cover themselves with their own confusion as with a mantle. I will greatly praise the Lord with my mouth. Yea, I will praise him among the multitude. For he shall stand at the right hand of the poor, to save him from those that condemn his soul. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Repeat the last and ending verse of Psalm 109 to the chief musician, the Psalm of David. For he shall stand at the right hand of the poor, to save him from those that condemn his soul. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Give thanks, my lords and empresses, for your wonderful hearing and rapt of attention is to be read and continue, my Lord.
I love my Lord and Empress. Continue reading of the 113th Psalm of the mighty King David. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Praise ye the Lord. Praise, O ye servants of the Lord. Praise the name of the Lord. Blessed be the name of the Lord from this time forth and forevermore. From the rising of the sun unto the going down of the same, the Lord's name is to be praised. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. The Lord is high above all nations, and his glory above the heavens. Who is like unto the Lord our God, who dwelleth on high? He who humbleth himself to behold the things that are in heaven and in the earth. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifted the needy out of the dunghill, that he may set him with prince, even with the prince of his people. He maketh a barren woman to keep house, and to be a joyful mother of children. Praise ye the Lord. Repeating the 9th and ending verse of the 113th Psalm of the mighty King David. He maketh a barren woman to keep house, and to be a joyful mother of children. Praise ye the Lord. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. The psalm is to be read and continue, my Lord and all empresses. Continuing reading of the 146 Psalms, the mighty King David. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Praise ye the Lord. Praise the Lord, O my soul. While I live, will I praise the Lord. I will sing praises unto my God while I have any being. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Put not your trust in princes, nor in the Son of Man, whom there is no help. His breath goeth forth, he returneth to the earth, and that very day his thought perish. Happy is he that had the God of Jacob for his help, whose help is the Lord his God. King Emmanuel the seventh, Adonai God.
Adonai God, Jah,
The 6th verse, which made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that therein is, which keepeth truth forever, which executeth judgments for the oppressed, which giveth food to the hungry. The Lord looseth the prisoners. The Lord openeth the eyes of the blind. The Lord raiseth them that are bowed down. The Lord loveth the righteous. The Lord preserveth the stranger. He relieveth the fatherless and the widow. But the way of the wicked he turneth upside down. The Lord shall reign forever. Even thy God, Zion to all generation. Praise ye the Lord. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I,
Jah. Rastafari.
Repeating
Lord.
and then verse of the 146th chapter of Psalms, the Lord shall reign forever, even thy God, O Zion unto all generation. Praise ye the Lord. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, I, Jah, Rastafari. Here ended the reading of the 109, 113, and 146 book of Psalms of the mighty King David. Glory be unto our Father and Mother of creation. Holy Emmanuel, I, Mama Miga, I, Jah, Rastafari, bless and sanctify, my Lord and Empress.
Give thanks, Empress.
At this moment, we will like to welcome the leading Empress, Empress Mama Miriam, to sing a chorus for us. The name of the chorus is I'm Inviting You All to Come Along. Blessed love, Empress Miriam, you have the floor.
Okay, Majesty, give thanks again for such an opportunity. And I to sing for the congregation. Give thanks. Inviting you all to come along, having a glorious time. Going to a city where moonlight never shines. I say we may not know, we cannot tell. Joy.
Himself is
your light to guide us by the way. We have every Ammonizer, Philip and Elijah, Father Moses, Joshua, Daniel in the lion's den, above Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Hailing to our Master, it's more than I can tell. We are inviting you all to come along, having a glorious time. We're going to a city where moonlight never shines. I say we may not know, we cannot tell. Joy awaits us there. For Dada himself will be alive, guide us by the way. From every arm and Isaac, Philip and Elijah, Father Moses, Joshua, Daniel in the lion's den, above Shadrach,
Meshach, and Abednego, into our Master. Oh, it's more
Holy man, Zion, Lord, Holy Mount Zion.
Oh, love the vine, oh sweet, oh heart, when shall I find my willing heart? Taken up by thee. I thirst, I fed, I live to prove greatness of redeeming love, love of black Christ to me. Strongest of the SRL. Riches are unsearchable. Firstborn sons of light, Black Christ, King Selassie,
My Lord, my blessed love, give thanks, royal angels, give thanks, Honorable Empress Miriam, give thanks, Honorable Priest Daniel, wonderful singing, my Lord and Empress.
more love, young elder, more love.
Give thanks, my Lord. Yeah, such a wonderful song, a wonderful singing. Give thanks, beautiful singing, I should say, the melodies of angels are comforting to our hearts, So
Energy,
give
my
thanks.
Lord, energy.
Energy for real.
Yes, brother.
So we will move along to commence the edutainment segment of our program. This segment is the beginning of our presentation section of this program for today. And the title of this segment, this edutainment segment, is called The Emancipation Scam, a case for reparations for the African. All right. This segment will be presented by our Honorable Priest Ras Havana. Empress Hosanna, you may take over from here. Blessed love.
Give thanks, Honorable Prophet Kito, once more, and for excellent introduction that drew our attention to the education of our beloved homeland before slavery. This shows that due to slavery, the African man now resembles but a shadow of who he truly is. Give thanks, beloved. As I continue into the introduction of the edutainment segment, I will firstly take this moment to thank the Honorable PRO of the EBIC Elders Council, the Honorable Priest Ras Havana, for organizing such a great evening so we all can be a part of it. It will add, my Lord, it will add such a memorable moment in the lives and will not have been possible without your great effort. The Honorable Priest has shown us how to be a volunteer Ethiopian by having no self-will or desire, but willingness, vision to life giver. And this is truly emancipation, a freedom from no compulsiveness of self-sabotage. And I will express my appreciation at this moment to all our guides and compass of the Elders Council that has shown us the way by their reflection. My Lord and Empress. In this segment, the Honorable Priest Ras Havana will unmask and dissect the sky surrounding the end of a long, hard, painful road to freedom, referred to as emancipation. A process that symbolized the end of slavery was but in fact an update to be beneficial for an eternity. As the newly freed enslaved Africans were forced into apprenticeship, some earning small stipends with little to no changes in treatment and working condition. The formerly enslaved Africans were expected to still remain on the plantation to work. 4 years post of Emancipation Act, on August 1st, 1834, Parliament voted for the complete emancipation to take full effect in Caribbean countries, since all the gain was legal freedom from chain. But the suffering continued long after the historical account of the Middle Passage, with extremely tight loads of human cargo that stank and carry both infectious diseases and death. Evil voyages that lasted sometimes as long as 3 months displayed the evil of the slave trade, but incredibly profitable for all its participants. It began with a society for the abolition of the slave trade, but will prove to be a cruel hoax as its owners got the reparations. President Abraham Lincoln signed a bill emancipating enslaved Africans at the end of the long struggle. But to ease the slave owners' pain, the District of Columbia Emancipation Act paid those loyal to the Union up to $300 for every freed Africans. That's right. The slave owners got the reparation. Enslaved Africans got nothing for the generation of stolen bodies, snatched children, rapes, mutilation. These Africans were not treated as human beings, but were treated as objects for work, trade, and labor. Africans lost families, tradition, habitats, culture, and religion. The slave owners were compensated after emancipation for slaves who ran away, died by execution, rebellious crime committed by slave owners, even slave killing slave. President Abraham Lincoln did believe that slavery was morally wrong, but however, he was anxious to preserve his fragile alliance with loyal owners. In conclusion, my Lord Empress, can we say emancipation is completed? Can we say this is emancipation, or is it a case for reparation? My Lord and Empress, handing over to the Honorable Priest Rasavana. Give thanks for your patience and attention, my Lord.
Oh, give thanks, Royal Empress, for setting the tone and the atmosphere for the rest of the evening as we get into our discussion. Apart from the kingdom of the Lord, there is no nation on this earth which is superior to another. History teaches us that unity is strength and warns us in order to overcome our differences in the search for common goals, to strive with all our combined forces for the path of true brotherhood and African unity. It is the inalienable right of our people to take their destiny into their own hands. Words of His Majesty Haile Selassie I. The Emancipation and Independence Scam, a case of reparations for the African. In the 21st century, Bobo Ashanti has emerged from its dark period of stagnancy. The ignorance of non-action has been replaced by critical thinking with the understanding that change is inevitable. Today, the Bobo Ashanti family looks to the future calmly, confidently, with courage. Our vision of the future is of an evolving and progressive Congress led by science and historical knowledge. The historical facts dictate that freedom, redemption, and international repatriation remain I&I priority. And as such, Africa's past becomes a roadmap to Africa's future. In 1833, following the slave uprising and the Maroon Wars of 1831, with all the death and destruction of property and economic loss, the British government had no choice but to free the slaves. The Abolition Act of 1833 declared the then enslaved Africans to be free. As part of the Emancipation Act, the Africans were also to be provided a cash allotment and land to assist with their resettlement. The British government, led by Lord Grenville, passed a bill which was entered into Parliament by William Wilberforce. Thereafter, Britain came up with a figure of £20 million sterling, which was initially to be shared among the free slaves. But instead, the money was diverted to the plutocracy, who were the benefactors of the slave trade. Now, let I take a look at the American fiasco shortly thereafter. In 1861, the Union Army and the Confederate regime kicked off over the start of the industrial era. The northern states were investing in factories and the steel industry, unlike the southern states that were still maintaining the old method of wealth accumulation by farming. The South wanted slavery to continue so they would not lose their free labor, while the North chose industrialization, offering freed slaves menial factory jobs. There were religionists who became abolitionists and who saw it more prudent to let Africans feel a false sense of victory, to feel as if they were free with some equality, so they could extract our labor and creative ingenuity. As this new era of change became inevitable among the slave colonies, a plot was concocted to emancipate the slaves and rid themselves of a commodity that had become too costly to maintain in an era of change. Let us be clear, emancipation was a hoax that transferred the keep and care of the slaves from the plantation owners to the slaves themselves, without a means for the freed Africans to provide for themselves and their families. This brings us to the bamboozling of the freed Africans. During what was known as the Reconstruction era of 1865, a special wartime field order, Order Number 15, was passed by Union General William Tecumseh Sherman on January 16, 1865. Land not to exceed 40 acres was to be distributed to 40,000 African families. General Sherman also ordered the army to provide mules for the agrarian reform effort. Hence, the scenario became known as 40 acres and a mule. A few families were granted some land, which was later rescinded by Andrew Jackson when he took office after the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln. And the land was returned to the original owners. Today, according to economists, the collective value of the 40 acres and a mule project would be worth $640 billion. Without land acquisition, there can be no real wealth accumulation or food provisions, which are essential components of self-sufficiency and independence, and are the main principles of nationhood. The African survivors of the transatlantic slave trade are due a debt that must be paid if international morality, justice, and lasting peace are to be the goals of humanity. I and I, Rastafari, are demanding restorative justice from both the colonial and neo-colonial masters. The British Parliament in 1807 passed a bill called the Slave Trade Act of 1807. The act ended the trade of African people within the British Empire. It took another 26 years for the law to become fully enacted and the Emancipation Proclamation
Most Honorable, your mic is muted. Honorable Priest Rasavana.
interruption.
Okay, my lord. Proceed, please.
Yes. This act ended the trade of African people within the British Empire. It took another 26 years for the law to become fully enacted and the Emancipation Proclamation declared. Upon ending slavery in the British Empire, there was also a bill entered into Parliament and approved in 1837 called the Compensation Act. With the Slavery Abolition Act of 1833, it authorized the commissioners for the reduction of the national debt to compensate slave owners in the British colonies in the amount of 20 million pounds sterling for the loss of their property. So as we see, the money was diverted and given to the plantation owners who claim that they were losing their means of survival. Most of that 20 million sterling was paid in reduced annuities, which was quickly sold and monies reinvested. So they made profit on that 20 million is what it is saying right here. The 20 million sterling pounds was a loan to the British government, and that loan repayment was completed recently in 2015. So we see that our struggle, has continued right up to this moment. 2015 was just the other day. And it was paid using a lot of the tax dollars from the survivors of the said institutional slavery. In layman terms, what that means is that black dollars were used to pay for white crimes. We, the children of the ex-slaves, have continued to slave to pay back a loan that was given to the people who enslaved us. How ironic is that? So today in 2023, when we, the people of Africa, are demanding restitution for our pain, suffering, and loss of property, where Africa is demanding compensation for the disenfranchisement that occurred because of the robbery of Africa's black gold, these demands must be met in a timely manner, as they are far overdue and are the cause of many problems that are plaguing these developing countries. The immigration crisis in Europe, where thousands of Africans annually are losing their lives trying to escape the poverty-ridden countries that they dwell in. The food crisis that is plaguing nation states in Africa, such as Somalia, Niger, the Congo, can be easily rectified if the justice that is due to the African nation by the benefactors of the Arab, European, American slave trade is granted. This brings us to the reality of independence of those Caribbean islands which were former colonies of European countries that won their independence through struggle. British colonies like Jamaica, Barbados, and Bahamas got their independence after many years of slave revolts and destruction of property and loss of life. The colonial masters were forced to then grant independence to these countries. But wherein the emancipated slaves became independent in principle, they were still subjugated to and subjects of their former colonizers. So wherein Jamaica gained their independence in 1962, which is today, as a matter of fact, the 6th of August, in 2023, there is still a British Governor General who sits in the seat of governance representing the British Crown's interest. The administration of the government, their policies, and their disbursement of resources are all manipulated by European institutions, such as the World Bank and IMF. The former colonies still depend on aid from their European masters to be able to function on the third world level that they are allowed to participate in. So, as much as things have evidentially changed, the one and main thing that haven't changed is who manipulates the power. It is known that he who pays the piper calls the tunes. So the institutions that control the distribution of capital investment, trade, and development are the ones who have the power. Until the African continent, along with the African diaspora, becomes self-sufficient, controlling their own economic development, and be able to pay their pipers, they will always be dancing to the tune of their colonial masters. Knowledge is power. Let's be empowered. Give thanks.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Give thanks for such a very informative and powerful presentation. Remarkable presentation. Give thanks. You know, the Rastafari children are indeed the forerunners and on these discussions about reparations. So we are pleased to have such informative presentation by the Honorable Priest. On the discussions on reparations, we have recently been seeing a lot of bandwagon behaviors from governments worldwide, jumping on this whole thing about reparations and trying to cut out the Rastafari children from these discussions. So we now have to really come forward, and we are thankful that we are able to come forward in even this program to speak on these matters of reparations. All right, so moving on, our next presentation will be a video, a very good short film video by Professor Beckford. This video is entitled "The Empire Pays Back." Let's go.
Homes. From their homes. They were forced onto ships and transported as cargo across the ocean to a foreign land and made to work as slaves. For hundreds of years, their blood and sweat helped to create a very, very rich empire. Slavery was finally done away with, but the empire kept its riches and has never paid its debt to the slaves. The empire is Britain, and the slaves, Africans taken to the Caribbean, just like my own ancestors. The debt has been ignored for over 200 years, but now I think it's time the empire pays back. My name's Robert Beckford. I'm a lecturer in the School of Historical Studies at the University of Birmingham. I believe African slaves were ripped off by the British Empire. I want to know who bankrolled it, who insured it, and who made a mint from it. I've even hired a group of boffins to do some number crunching so I know exactly how much is owed. I'm going to track down some heirs to Britain's slave past and ask them to pay reparations for the slave trade. To me, there's no doubt that we African Caribbeans are owed for our unpaid labour. The Jews have been compensated for the Holocaust, so why can't we be for what I believe was a black Holocaust? But how will the great British public respond to this suggestion? It looks like this country is in permanent marriage. I decide to boldly go and test out my ideas on a live radio phone-in in the nation's capital.
See you. Good to see you. Robert, what's the idea behind this reparation? Because people will be raging at their radio right now.
Put it simply, when wrong is done in the past, in order to live a more healthy existence in the present and the future, you have to say sorry. Reparations.
Mute your mics, please.
Saying sorry for the slave trade, making amends for it through financial compensation so that we can move forward together positively.
Hello there, you ready to go on air and have a quick chat to Nick?
Adrian's in Sutton. What do you say, Adrian?
Hello, Nick.
Yes, mate.
Dr. Robert there, he's living in Cloud Cuckoo Land, isn't he?
Why?
Well, who's going to pay for this?
If it is a way of soothing what are undoubtedly problems in this country, why is it not the way to go forward?
If that being the case, so the French have got to do the same for Trafalgar and Waterloo, and the Spanish have got to do the same for the Armada.
Peter, should we apologise? Should we pay money?
No, not in a million years. It was a business partnership that was quite amicable between the Africans and the Europeans.
John's in Brentwood. Good morning, John.
Lie.
Morning.
You support this or not?
Absolutely not. I think the main's going to cause more racial hatred in this country, and I don't apologise for anything because I'm not guilty of anything. It certainly shouldn't come out of the taxpayers' money because I shouldn't pay a penny.
Robert, say you're a black fellow or a black woman waking up in London today, right? Do you honestly think you give a stuff about slavery?
Definitely, because
Why?
the impact is still with us. The major export from the slave trade was racism. If you're a black man or black woman waking
it's
up in
only
London
the mind,
this morning,
mate, it's
you
only in the
know
mind of
you
people
know
like
it's a
you.
reality.
It's only in the mind of people like you.
Nah,
there will be
nah.
tens of thousands of black folk listening to this program right now who will be getting up and they will be going off to do whatever they do. They'll be going to their schools, they'll be going to their colleges, they'll be going to their places of work. They don't even know what the slave trade is, and it's because you bang on and on about it that they suddenly, oh my God, I've got to worry about it.
That was a really interesting experience. It just demonstrates that there's a great deal of post-colonial shock hitting this nation. The fact that people are in denial about the past, somebody telling me that they're not responsible, their son's not responsible,
something's
I don't
going
understand
on.
how the past impacts the present. Also seems to me that there's a great deal of repression and anger, and that people don't know how to deal with this history. I bet a lot of you right now are agreeing with the callers on the radio, but I'm going to convince you otherwise. I start by going to Liverpool, a city that was built on the profits from slavery. I'm on the famous ferry across the Mersey, but in the 18th century, this was the perfect port for slave trading and the gateway to Africa and the New World. Here's how it worked. Goods were taken from here to Africa, where they were traded for slaves. The slaves were then taken to the Caribbean to work on the plantations. And finally, the fruit of their labor, the tobacco, rum and sugar, were loaded up and brought back to Britain. It was a brilliant money spinner and had a knock-on effect for the rest of the city, from the people who built the ships to the people who sold the shackles. It turned a sleepy backwater into Europe's leading port. I bet you didn't know that by the 1780s, it was Liverpool ships that took 3 out of every 4 slaves from Africa to Jamaica. The journey from West Africa to the Caribbean was termed the Middle Passage. For the slaves, it was like a concentration camp on water. 1.5 million Africans never survived the Middle Passage, and they were the lucky ones. On the plantations, the slaves were literally worked to death. As many as 1 in 5 dropped dead in the first year. Liverpool got stinking rich off the back of the slave trade, but there's not one significant monument to the slaves suffering in the city.
Here we have 2 slaves.
But there is one man who wants his fellow Liverpudlians to confront the city's shameful past.
They will be packed like sardines, if you imagine that this is a bunk bed.
Mr. Lynch is an amateur historian. I catch up with him as he takes a group of kids on a slavery tour of their hometown.
If you go and trace the history of the banks, you'll find they were involved in the slave trade.
The tour ends up at the old Martins Bank building in the city's centre, which actually glorifies the riches that came from slavery.
Neptune is standing with his hands on the heads of the 2 African children. Around their ankles and around their wrists, they wear shackles. You do not need me to tell you they are slave children standing on the deck of a slave ship. This is the arrogance of power.
I knew Liverpool had a history of slavery, but I never thought I'd see slaves depicted on the side of a bank there. Every day, African Caribbeans in Britain experience the economic legacy of slavery. African Caribbean men are more than twice as likely to be unemployed as white men. Black workers earn up to 16% less than whites. And more African Caribbean men enter prison than university. To me, black people are
All right, like we have a slight technical difficulty there.
That's the slavery there, but not as we know it, be the Afro-Caribbean. They're all taken at random, by the way. There's not one supporting Dr. Beckford's assertion. These are all just taken out as they come in.
People just don't want to know. So it's going to be a struggle, but I'm going to convince them that Britain should pay up. Along the way, I'm going to make some harrowing discoveries about my own family history. Hey, check this out. Here's another slave that he's selling.
Reverend Jackson, pleased to meet you.
I'm going to bring in some big guns to my cause. And these guys are going to work out the bill Britain faces for the unpaid labour of her slaves.
That sounds like a lot. Are
Show.
We Brits don't like talking about money, and we certainly don't like talking about the pots of money we made from slavery. That would be bad manners. But to hell with it. I'm determined to find some of those who made a mint out of slavery. And this is where it gets personal. I've come to Beckford's Tower in Bath, but it's not named after my family, but rather the slave masters who once owned my family. The tower was built by William Beckford in 1827, who inherited a fortune from his dad. Back in the day, Beckford Jr. was one of the wealthiest men in Britain, and almost every last penny of it was made off the backs of slaves.
How did the Beckfords make this huge fortune?
When it's talked about and when we do tours here at the museum, we always sort of like to say, well, the money came from sugar plantations in Jamaica, which is a very polite way of saying that it came from the slave trade.
So how many slaves did he have?
We think at the peak of the Beckford estates, when they had around 22 estates in Jamaica, it was around 1,200 slaves.
Do you know much about that relationship, how the Beckfords gave the slaves their name?
Because the Beckfords were the biggest plantation owners in Jamaica and the wealthiest plantation owners in Jamaica, there's probably no doubt that that's how the name descended, that it was your descendants having been given the Beckford family name.
Given the name isn't an act of benevolence, it's basically an act of branding, of ownership, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's almost saying that that's our possession, basically.
You may find it hard to believe, but when slavery was abolished in 1834, the government put up £20 million to compensate slave owners like the Beckfords for the loss of their slaves. That's the equivalent of almost £2 billion today. The slaves got nothing. I follow the Beckford Trail of Wealth to the capital, to the Guildhall in the City of London. Here, I discover how slave owners used the family blood money to buy their place in history.
I came to the Guildhall to do some research and I stumbled across this. It's a statue of William Beckford. He was twice Lord Mayor of London in the 18th century. They called him a West Indian planter. Now, he never planted anything in his life. He got his slaves to do it, and those slaves were my ancestors. Now, he was able to turn that economic power into political power, and he's celebrated for it. But the slaves, the men, women, and children who did the work, they've been forgotten.
In the Guildhall Library, I comb the Beckford archives and make a chilling discovery.
It concerns William Beckford, the younger, the son of the dude we saw in the Guildhall, and he's selling slaves. This is the deed of sale to show that it's like a receipt, really, that he's selling these slaves. And it's dated the 31st of December, 1823. So although the slave trade has ended, slavery is still taking place on the plantations of the Caribbean. And there are slaves with the same surname as me. And hey, check this out. Here's another slave that he's selling. Robert Beckford. Black. 25 years of age. This guy's a Creole. I feel quite numb because although these are names on a page, I know that they're real people, and there's a good chance that I may be related to some of these people, or some of these people actually met some of my ancestors.
So let me get this right. The Beckford family slave owners received compensation from the British government, but the Beckford slaves received nothing. Was there any hope of getting justice here? The British weren't the only empire to profit from slave labour. The Nazis also did a bit of slaving. I head straight to Germany to find out whether the Germans have paid for their past crimes. Right in the centre of Berlin, I find a vast monument commemorating the murder of Jews in Europe.
We're not hearing anything.
During World War II,
Something wrong
over
with my phone?
3.5 million people were enslaved by the Nazis.
Slide over your screen.
Most of them were Jewish, and they were literally worked to death. 60 years later, the German state and industry paid over £3 billion in financial reparations to the surviving slave labourers and some of their descendants. There's absolutely nothing of this size or scale within Britain commemorating the Black Holocaust, slavery. And I think if we had something like this, it would go a long way towards healing the wounds of the past and enabling us to live much more civilly in the present. Not only is Germany a fantastic and significant monument, but they've also put their money where their mouth is and made it clear that you can't get away with slavery. Why was the German wartime experience of slavery any different to that of African Caribbeans who worked for the British Empire? I tracked down one of the lawyers who has won compensation in the German case and get some free legal advice from Bert Newborn. With your experience of the German case of forced labour during the war, do you feel I have a case?
Well, there's no doubt that the case for African slavery is as strong as the case that we had here. The problem isn't theory. As a matter of theory, both groups should receive the same compensation. The problem is timing. If this had been done within 50 years of the abolition of slavery, if it had been done within a time frame where the individuals were still alive, I think they could and should have received compensation.
I've come back to Britain encouraged by what I've learnt in Germany. We have a case, and there's a precedent for companies and governments compensating people for slavery. The big problem is that we're about 150 years too late in filing our claim. But the German experience sets me thinking. If I could prove British companies had links with slavery, would they cough up? It's very hard to get anyone in the corporate world to talk about this, but one man is brave enough. Rodney Leach, director of the Jardine Matheson Group. They don't have links to slavery, but began as a shipping company in the 1830s. I ask him whether British companies should follow the German example.
I think Germany has behaved extremely well in atoning for its role in the war, impeccably. But you can't visit the sins of the fathers on the sons. Well, even more so, you can't visit the sins of very, very remote generations 200 years ago, where there's been a complete discontinuity of families, of employees, of obligations to others. And in the case of slavery, you've got the added dimension that morality has moved and changed on. It was part of society.
And you wouldn't ask them to apologise for this past?
No, I think you can apologise for your own actions and not for somebody else's. If you marry into my family, I'm not going to ask you to apologise for what my grandfather did, who you've never heard of. As far as I know, he lived a blameless life, but no, I don't think that's right. I think that's actually fake sentimentality. The only form of proper apology you can make is living your own life well.
I leave feeling discouraged. Sounds like British companies would be pretty hostile to the idea of paying reparations for slavery. And unlike the recent German case, it's all happened so long ago that it would be hard to get people really fired up about the idea. Then, while I'm making this film, a big story breaks in America which changed everything.
From now on, as JP Morgan Chase Bank One customers transact business, they'll do so with the full knowledge that their financial institution is linked to the slave trade.
JP Morgan Chase discovered that two of its predecessor banks had taken ownership of over 1,000 slaves as collateral on loans in the mid-1800s. The bank apologized and set up a $5 million college tuition scholarship fund for African-American students. I can't believe what I'm hearing. It's the first time reparations have ever been paid for victims of the transatlantic slave trade. Soon after I hear the news, I discover that the creme de la creme of the black business world are in the City of London for a big event with the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who's visiting from America. What would the business community have to say about British banks and companies paying reparations?
Why should we not receive something for the suffering that we had? Why should we not?
I do think it's important, but I think it's to our benefit that we move on, that we don't live in the past.
Reparations is a very complex issue. I mean, where do you, if money is repaid, where does it go? What does it do?
It is good, but you cannot quantify the cost of slavery. It is not possible.
I wait until the end and manage to get a word with the man himself and got his take on the hot topic of reparations.
There must be repay for damage done. Repair for damage done. It's not a foreign concept. I mean, Israel is a state of reparations for damage done, justifiably so. The Africans, victims of the slave trade, we must demand repay for damage done. It may take many forms, but the concept is legitimate and the need is great.
Do you think that British banks, British institutions should follow what JP Morgan Chase have done and repair the past by paying reparation?
Any company that had connection with the slave trade had to make its record public. And so there must be public pressure to make the records public, because they deny and lie about the slave connection. But the fact is it's there. And so there must be public pressure here to open the records.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thank you. What Jesse Jackson said is really important. There's a man who's been at the forefront of the civil rights movement arguing that reparations is a must. It has to be paid in order to heal the wounds of the past, move a nation.
Reparations a precedent for a company compensating people for slavery, even if it occurred over a century ago. And I've got Brother Jesse on my side. So my next question is the big one. How much are we in Britain owed? No one has ever dared to calculate Britain's debt to its former slaves. I'm no expert in these matters, so I tracked down the country's top specialists and asked them if, for the first time ever, they could come up with a figure for reparations. 3 men rise to the challenge.
In agriculture.
David Richardson is an economic historian and authority on the slave trade in Britain.
We might talk perhaps about 20 years of employment at £10 a year.
Peter Tompkins is an actuary and expert witness in loss of earnings cases.
Do you deduct from that the value?
And Mick Antoniff is one of the leading lawyers in the field of workers' compensation. The team decide that the first figure they should look at is compensation for unpaid labour.
I want to know, how do we calculate the cost of unpaid labour?
The agricultural wage rate in England was about £1 a day.
If I were a slave, I would be being fed and housed, obviously, to keep me able to work. But if I'd been paid, I'd have had to pay for my board and lodging in order to keep myself satisfied.
The team decide that if a slave was paid the going rate of £10 a year, after deducting cost of living expenses, this comes to £200 in earnings for a lifetime of slavery.
And don't forget, in the 18th century, agricultural...
But Peter explains that with compensation, compound interest applies to make up for what you would have earned on the money.
You're probably looking at £200 then growing to about £1 million.
Pardon the glitch. It's just an internet issue on the technician side. Technician.
Manufacturers and workshops of Inditex. Then yeah, that seemed to work really well. You know, minus the whole Holocaust uniform, Melania don't care, thin models promoting curves instead of
Carissa Smith, mute your mic, please.
Yes, family. Right where it is stopped there, they were about to crunch the numbers and give us the figures. Those figures, as was established, then came up to $777 trillion. So you heard the figure, $777 trillion. I wanted the item to hear it for the item themselves from these experts in the fields. So when they say that we Africans are not owed, you know, we know otherwise. So I think you have seen enough to understand the gist of where we are going with our reasoning today. And we would now move on into the panel discussion with the panelists who are going to bring another amount of information to I&I from the grassroots and academia perspective. Royal host.
My Lord, give thanks. So we give thanks for the following film, you know, which was very impacting as a form of edutainment to argue our case for reparation and sending a strong message to the world. You know, when we and families gather, this is an important documentary, you know, to watch together, to edify the youth. This is important because much knowledge, you know, on what really took place with reparation and concerning emancipation. So we give thanks again for the entertainment segment. Continuing, my Lord and Empress, I will take this moment to send greeting to the royal panel. It gives me great, immense pleasure to welcome you, all and everyone, to this panel discussion of emancipation, as we are sure that the discussions will show light on the topic. It is a great honor for me to introduce and welcome our first panelist. Thus, I would like to call on the member of the EABIC Elders Council, Honorable Priest Lamont. As we welcome our first presenter for the evening, a brother ordained to be a priest from birth due to his love for God and understanding of the higher spiritual knowledge. He is a royal ambassador of and an honorable priest of the Order of Melchizedek of the EABIC. The Honorable Priest Norman Lamont is the co-chairman of the EABIC Council of Elders. Priest Lamont also serves as the assistant chairperson of the Rastafari Mansion and Organization, RMO, and an umbrella group on the island of Jamaica working collectively for the unity of the Rastafari movement. The priest has been a formal educator from the age of 18. His years of teaching include, but not limited to, 2 years at St. Primary, 5 years at Donald Quarry, 10 years at Bull Bay All Ages School, as well as Dean of Discipline at the Bull Bay All Ages School. He is widely known by all and respected by his community. The Honorable Priest has also done extensive research on herbs and is a master herbalist with neuropathic training. He is a farmer, a husband, a father, and a good brethren. With no further delay, let us welcome Honorable Priest Lamont. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Empress Hosanna, for such colorful, presentation of my, I should say, status.
My Lord.
Thanks for, the Elders Council once more, and to be a part of it, and to be a member of the EABIC.
The Honorable Priest, my Lord, is it okay for your video or is it not?
Oh yes, my Lord, I'm so sorry. Give thanks. Yes, I'm a member of the EABIC, an organization that stands to uplift, educate, and advance people in the truth and rights of salvation through the African perspective. And though it has many hurdles, like most organizations, that really aim to do great things, it still stays afloat by those members who are devoted and dedicate themselves to righteousness, justice, transparency, and equity. Today, the topic of emancipation being a case for reparation for the African people is the topic because of many situations and many realities that have faced us over the past and is facing us even more so at this time. Much has been said about this so-called emancipation and how it was transacted or negotiated and the way it has been dealt with over the centuries. As we listen to the kind of trickery and hypocrisy of those who have negotiated during that time and even until now, it is clear that that so-called emancipation or freedom was nothing of any good report or good action for the Africans who were captured, captivated, and enslaved in Jamaica, the other parts of the Caribbean and the Americas, and to some great extent too, on the motherland. When we look at the present situation that exists in these islands and these so-called third world region, we can see that even until today, the emancipation is still victimizing the people that it claims to be taken care of. I defend the mood of this emancipation being a hope because I look at the situation of the enslaved people being disenfranchised, not learning to communicate with each other because of the kind of barricade and blockade that they put between and among the African people when they were stolen. They prevented them, they did not allow those of similar tribe and local to be in the same place. They were mixed up to create the kind of confusion and lack of communication to prevent any kind of organized opposition or any regathering of the people. And so when we look at what happened, we see clearly that it was a conspiracy to further impale the African people and to continue the treachery of the colonial masters upon them. And as today we see that they use the kind of enhanced education that they give unto us, we have to look then at the kind of danger that we faced when the negotiations were taking place. Because even today, the language of the white men and the colonialists is very elusive and has many meanings that they say are ambiguous. And I am sure that our forefathers were not able to understand a lot of the jargon that they used when they were dealing with these negotiations. And as we are quite sure that because there is no love now, after so many centuries and decades, and after we have proven our resilience to show that we are humans and must be treated as such, it is clear that at that time, when we were not privy and privileged to some of these so-called franchise that they give us, there was no good negotiation on our part. It was a real trick. And it's clear to see, because when those evil colonialists decided on this Emancipation Charter, it was really arranged in such a way that the African laborers would eventually put themselves put themselves back into the predicament that they claim they were freed from, working for nothing, even when they claim they were free, because the colonialists freed them with nothing, no clothes, no food, no money, no land, no education. And so when they sent them out and say, you are the shackles are off your hands and feet, and they went out and they were dismayed. They were traumatized because they were sent out into a world, an unknown world, having nowhere to go, owning nothing. And so they went straight back to their captors to work for them for measly meals. And my question, looking at these situations of people being put out there naked, hungry, and homeless, I question today the good sense and the knowledge of our education system and our leaders who still try to teach us in schools that emancipation is something for us to laud and something for us to treat with grandeur and to celebrate. And I call them out as hypocrites, because when you look at what is happening now, it is clear that we are not emancipated. And it is clear that there are those that are still working the old slave mill, the old colonial drill, to bamboozle us and to trick us and to tell us that we have to stick with the evils that we know, to tell us that these things are good. And when we look at how we claim to be knowledgeable and educated within this system of education, and if this is a true that the people who are monitoring it are dealing with us with hate, impunity, and simplicity, because they still treat us as ignorant people.
2 minutes, my lord.
Because we are poor. So I declare this Emancipation Proclamation as a fiasco, Because as a child, we never heard of anything like reparation and repatriation. And now that we hear of it, it is still being dealt with in a way that Black people will continue to be poor, hungry, homeless, and suffering if we do not get together now and educate them towards reparation, to know that this is not money for the governments. This is not money for the colonial masters. It's money for the poor and suffering. Black people, it's your money. You need to be aware of it. We call upon the governments of Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean and the world to put proper public education in place to educate people about reparation, what it's for, and to dialogue with them about how it is to be administrated and executed, because it is for the poor people. And if we don't be careful, it will be given, spent, manipulated, and the African people are as poor or poorer and in greater suffering than we were before. My Lord and Empress.
Give thanks.
Give thanks, Royal Priest. Give thanks for the presentation. Very informative, captivating as well. You know, we do give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont, for your intake, your take on the matter of emancipation. We are going forward now to welcome our next panelist. At this moment, we would like to welcome our next panelist, Dr. Imani Tafari. Now, Dr. Imani Tafari, our next presenter, is an author and an opinion writer. Her humble beginnings from Albion, Manchester, and she has majored in communication with language and literature at Carrimack at the University of the West Indies. She has acquired her MA and PhD degrees at the Institute of Social Studies in The Hague.
The Hague.
Yes, sorry. She also has written a collection of books to include Blood, Bullets, and Bodies, Sexual Politics Below Jamaica's Poverty Line. Also, Up for Air, This Half Has Never Been Told, and also Lead in the Veins, Poetry. Dr. Imani Tafari Ama is the recipient of a second Fulbright Scholar in Residence Award to teach in the Anthropology Department at the University of Massachusetts. Dr. Tafari Ama was a former research fellow at the Institute of Gender and Development Studies, Regional Coordination Office at the University of the West Indies, Jamaica. She has applied multidisciplinary skills in the position to manage development projects that address problems of gender-based violence, legislative reform, women's economic empowerment, and climate responsiveness and gender justice, among other issues. Let us now welcome a mother, a queen, an advocate, an author, Dr. Imani Tafari Ama. Blessed Love Empress, you're welcome to take the stage.
Well, greetings everyone, and give thanks for the opportunity to share some thoughts on this contradictory matter. Thanks for the previous speakers' perspectives, which of course I share. And I think we're preaching to the choir when we talk about the unfinished business of emancipation and the unacknowledged obligations and responsibilities that Europeans and Arabs incidentally have in terms of reparations, and also African countries, because it is an uncomfortable reality that the transatlantic Ma'afa was not a trade as such, but was definitely something that still has us traumatized because of the involvement, the complicity of our own people with a system that was designed to dehumanize, dominate, oppress us in very extraordinary kinds of ways. And the enduring legacy of that is the lack of unity of purpose, even for ones like Anna who are agreed on the obligations, but are very dispersed in our strategic approach to realizing our goals. And that is what I find most uncomfortable, the fact that even after 100 years of Rastafari advocacy, we are still unable to agree on a modus operandi of how we will free ourselves and leave a sustainable development legacy for our own progeny. And what I found amazing in one of the experiences that I've had around the world, I was actually curating an exhibition in Germany that was to provoke German colonial remembrance and Danish colonial remembrance. And I met this woman from Denmark who was attending the Roskilde University, and she could tell me word for word almost what were the Caribbean Reparation Council's 10-point reparations plan, because she was learning about that in a course she was attending at university over there in Denmark. And I was suitably amazed because I cannot think of one institution in Jamaica or the Caribbean right now which has a reparations agenda as its focal point. And there must be something complicit with our own oppression if we cannot even be able to do that. And never mind the fact that I think the Caribbean heads of governments actually hijacked a Rastafari initiative. And Rastafari actually relinquished the baton in that sense, because I don't see even a coalescence of Rastafari advocacy around reparations, highlighting the specific objectives of these gains, these asks, and also making the International Court of Justice, for example, aware in a united manner about what we think reparations and repatriation, its twin bedfellow, should look like. And in fact, I think we have become a bit comfortable with our location in the West, because initially the Rastafari demand, and you know, Frederick Douglass says, power will not give up without a demand. The initial demand of reparations and repatriation, I think, has become a bit separated over the years, because the project of repatriation, people don't seem to be so comfortable to move from the West and its benefits to take up the pioneering role that reparations will entail. And I remember going to Shashamane back in the day when I was young and passionate and fervent and everything, and meeting Mama Ba and Papa Ba, who sold their belongings after meeting His Majesty in 1966. They sold their belongings and went to Shashamane in 1966. And they expected that they would have initiated an exodus, a movement of the people that would have been much more supportive. And their cynical response to me back in 1989 was, you know, a lot of people out there in the West are benefiting from this idea of what reparations is without making the sacrifice or supporting the ones who made the sacrifice to actually go on the land. And I want us to question ourselves about the willingness to push our comfort zones to make the trod to the motherland. And actually, to go to Africa is to blow away the myths that we have been brainwashed, even in our subconscious, to be still holding on to, because it must mean that, you know, people who think that somehow we are superior over here to what is over there. materially because of what the media has fed us. And even if we're not consciously making a decision conditioned by that, I think we should look at the ways in which we haven't made the moves. Because if it is a question of, oh, the plane ticket costs too much, well, if enough people put their hands and hearts together, I think a charter could have been arranged. Or else you do like what everybody has been doing. You go to Brazil, or you go to America, or you go to Europe and go to Africa from there. Or else you do like what the people who Ivan Van Sertima talks about did, and find a boat and make the trade winds blows. You know, whatever it could take to make us not be so comfortable with those comfort zones that keep us mired to where we are. I think we should, you know, it's a time for self-interrogation and questioning whether the Livity has lived up to its expectations, its own expectations on this matter. Never mind what they, in terms of the institutions of government or the European countries that are still to meet their obligations, whether or not they will respond to our demands. What are we prepared to sacrifice for ourselves? Because I remember also leading a study abroad course to Kenya. And that, of course, was institutionally based. But if we were intentional enough, just like how the Sosa Crew school has happened, that could also happen. We could find ways to learn a language so we can say more than Madase or Betama Maseganalo when we go, and be able to open the doors. I'll leave it at that for the moment.
Give thanks, Royal Empress, for those sounds. You know, just before the host comes in, yeah. Now there them see why Dr. Imani was brought to the panel. Now she has done extensive research, both in our social structure and in our international coordination, as you can hear from her. She has, the way she has expressed it is showing us she's doing two things in her presentation. She's causing us to do some introspection, and she's pointing us to some of the ills and some of the drawbacks that has affected us. And some of it is really self-inflicted because of our disunity and not respecting the God and Goddess in each of I and I. We lack that understanding, that cohesiveness that we need to be a force. With unity, we becomes a force, and a force to be reckoned with and not ignored. So what she's saying, with collective endeavors, we could make it to the continent. But because of our individualism that we have hold on to, it has hampered us. Because if we were moving collectively, we would send over 100 this year, 100 next year, 100 the other year. And before you know it, all the conscious Africans who want to return home would be back at home.
Word.
But they have miseducated us to believe that we are equal with them in their own space, when Black lives don't matter. As we see right now in the 21st century, right now in 2023. So give thanks, Doctor, for your presentation, and I will be coming at you with some questions in the question answer segment. Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Give thanks, Mr. Honorable Priest. And thank you again, Dr. Imani, for your heartfelt contribution. And I'm most grateful and impressed by that. Truly a queen and a woman of right. Goddess in flesh. Heart of love and Olympus. Bless the Lord. As we continue, it's a great honor to welcome the Honorable Job Benton to the platform to share an important part of this evening education, as he's a fountain of knowledge. Benton Curry is the Interim Commissioner, District 5 Universal Negro Improvement Association, African Communities League, Division 525, UNIA, ACL. As a human rights coordinator, he coordinates New Jerusalem University, NJU, human rights education program throughout South Florida and the Bahamas. As a human rights educator, Benton instructs members of the ABIC, Miami, and others in an effort to disseminate the principle of peace, love, and justice. Benton is considered an expert on human rights violation and their effect on Rastafarian, as well as expert on helping Rastafari identity and report human rights abuse. Benton also served as a human rights trainer of trainers with Amnesty International USA. He earned a Bachelor of Philosophy in African Philosophy from NJU in 2010. He was born and raised in Bahamas and currently resides in South Florida and is married with 3 children. Let us welcome the Honorable Host to the panel, my Lord. Yes, Lord.
Honorable Ja Benton, are you with us still?
I don't see him on the platform.
Okay, all right. So we will wait for him to return. In the time being while we wait for the Honorable Ja Benton to return, we will go ahead to welcome the next panelist who is in line. Honorable Ras Sekou. And Honorable Ras Sekou, our next panelist, we are grateful to have him with us today. You know, he's considered as one of our Rastafari gatekeepers. This next presenter uses his knowledge in education to keep I informed while providing the tool necessary to alleviate poverty, ignorance, and to repair the broken through education. Ras Sekou Sankara Tafari is the co-founder and publisher of the historic Rastafari Speaks newspaper. He is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Frontline Distribution International Incorporation, which is the largest publishing company of Rastafari publications worldwide. And this is based in Chicago with offices in Barbados, Dominica, and also Jamaica. Honorable Ras Sekou wears many titles as he's a publisher, a writer, a lecturer, an accountant, a trained social scientist, and a community activist. Let us welcome our brother, our friend, and one of the greatest advocates of Rastafari. Honorable Ras Sekou, please grace us with your presentation. Blessed love, my Lord.
Honorable Ras Sekou.
My Lord, I'm impressed.
I don't hear him. I don't see him.
Sure. So we can go forward to the next presenter.
Yeah, we just keep moving along. Yeah.
The next dignitary to honor us with his presence is none other than the Honorable Priest Isaac. I consider it an honor to introduce him, although this man merely require any introduction. He is well known globally to social media. Whether you're ready to learn of metaphysics of the Sabbats, the origin and history of Freemasonry, or reasoning with the elders of the Congress, this next presenter is a priest in the Order of Melchizedek in the EABIC. The Honorable Priest Isaac is the founder of Priest Isaac Institute of Holistic Knowledge, where he produced most of his research course on radical thought within the realms of Rastafari. Priest Isaac offers an international school home program and a youth university with his family. The Honorable Priest is an international lecturer, an author, and a certified archaeoastronomer. He can be found in the Tiger's Nest and Radio Anu, as well as internet radio, as well as many YouTube lectures and interviews. We welcome Honorable Priest to our platform. My Lord, royal panelists, go forward.
Yes, Royal, give thanks.
Welcome.
Blessed love. Yes, some strong introductions there. Blessed love to the royal family. It's a great honor. We glorify the life giver, the keeper of life, Egus and Agas. Give thanks, Kedos Emmanuel, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Of course, in the interest of time, just quickly, we represent the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress Church of True Divine Salvation. And we give thanks for such a Congress that stands the land, every man and woman under the own vine and fig tree. We give thanks, of course, for our worthy founder, our leader, our president, our God and King in flesh, the Right Honorable King Emmanuel Charles Edwards. We give thanks for the Royal House of Elders, the Elders Council of the EABIC. We give thanks for the chair, the co-chair, the PRO, all the members of such a esteemed organization here, or give thanks also for the hosts of this program, the host on the front line, and those who are engineering also, maybe even behind the scenes, and all those who are sitting with us is the royal family, those who spoke before I. Give thanks to the royal singing, give thanks for all the presentations. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. So I will just go straight into it. I will not be long, but I intend to be strong because it is a very important topic. And so we are now celebrating, and again, thank you for the video as well. We are now celebrating, and not even celebrating, that's the term, because that's a very important point that has been made here. In fact, since I said that, let me just jump a bit in front of that. A few years ago, I sat with an elder priest and I asked the elder priest, Emancipation Day, what is it? I know we don't say heart to celebration, but are we really celebrating it? And the elder priest told me it's more a day of acknowledgement and remembering. And the father, according to that priest, also told us we do give thanks for the shackles and the chains coming off of our hands and our feet. Now it is 189 years since the 1st of August, 1834. And before I start to do some maths, the main thing I want to look at here is really the state of mind of us as a people, and also our economical condition, which really basically the two of them go together. So 189 years removed from the 1st of August, 1834. So when I personally, when I was born, that year would have been 142 years from the emancipation of so-called slavery. My father, my biological daddy, he had me when he was 50. So when he was born, that year would have been the 92nd year, less than 100 years, less than a century. My father, the man whose sperm contributed to me being here, he was born less than 100 years from the emancipation of slavery. Now, them little simple points are nothing to sweep under the rug, because we understand scripture, we understand prophecy, and although we talk about the 400 years, if you study history properly, obviously it's not the same in every district, because the 1st of August, 1834 is really the so-called emancipation of the British subjects. You know, you have French, you have Spanish, the USA, their emancipation was in 1863, it was, or 65, whatever the case is. So you have people that went under the yoke of enslavement for 200 and plus years, some for a bit longer, some for 100 and plus years. So it's not always the same, but just understanding the science of that period. That's why we as Rastafari, we would take the time Columbus would sail from 1492 to the birth of the king, 1892, and look at that 400-year period and the symbolic nature of that 400-year period is also very important. So the point is, from even the beginning of the transatlantic kidnapping, as the good sister doctor said, that wasn't really a trade at all. That really opened the mind, like who they were trading, which trade. That was the transatlantic kidnapping. And from that time, and then even the period of colonialism, because even that, sometimes we really misunderstand that. Do you know the colonial period, specifically in Africa, really began after our emancipation, you know, several decades after. So when these countries, as we know them today in Africa, became colonies of Britain and France and Germany, etc., that didn't really take place when they so-called came for us to become slaves. That didn't take place at the kidnapping. Remember, it was 1887 at the Berlin Conference when they sat down. 1887, we're looking at 50 years after the emancipation of slavery. So you can see now the state of mind that those that were taken captive have been, quote unquote, set free. But yet still another scramble is taking place in the motherland, where almost every kingdom that was known before 1887 has gone missing today in 2023. That's a serious thing. We know the history. Only Ethiopia was left colonialized. I wouldn't include Liberia. That dynamic is a totally different thing altogether. So the reason why I'm saying this, and as the good doctor said, I know I am preaching to the choir, but there's a reason why I'm even going into the depths of this. Because if we're going to talk about, again, reparation, and we know that it is Rastafari, again, I must say the doctor rightly said, it is Rastafari who really not only was carrying that beacon, but really lit the lights on that beacon. That torch was lit by Rastafari. But that torch, if we all know, the language was not reparation. The language was repatriation with compensation, which is really the same, reparation. But of course, the language has changed a lot in this day. Why? Because most people are not interested whatsoever, even most of I, in gravitating to the motherland that we were snatched away from. So again, all of that is a part of the agenda. That is why, to me, reparation means to repair the nation. And I always believe, without crunching the figures, I'm not going to try to crunch any figures. What I'm going to crunch is our educational program or programs. To me, the first step of reparation is a sound mind, a sound educational program, not a program that begins with us here, a program that begins with the little baby that is goo gaga and crawling and spinning around in, well, not in the crib, you shouldn't put it in a crib, but the little baby that's just learning to walk, learning to talk, the first set of words that they learn. We as Rastafari, we as a conscious people, I mean, honestly, we should have several programs already set. Look at this new age where all of us can sit in our room and a gallery and in your living room, and we're all together here on this one link up here. So things have become a bit simpler since the days of Marcus Messiah Garvey, and give thanks for his Earth Day upcoming, you know. So again, because scholarships to Yale and scholarships to Harvard and scholarships to Oxford as reparation, I would take it. I would not for reparation, but I would take it. Yeah, I wouldn't mind going and see what Oxford has to teach me. But yet still, again, the point is, we are, all of us, the choir knows that these institutions were designed to train you to be the best slave that you can be. It starts at kindergarten, then the other one, primary school, secondary school, college, university. When you go to university, you walk through two columns, pardon me, that Freemasons refer to as Doric and Corinth. When you pass through those columns, you've gone into a different world. And unless you are strong, you are coming out a well-dressed Negro. And that's just the fact. So that cannot be reparation for what you did to me. If you have something to give me, I'll take it. But that you cannot call that reparation. That's in
Truly, my lord. Truly, my lord.
Time up? What?
No, man. Keep speaking, please.
Okay. Well,
you're endorsing what you're saying, my lord. You're coming up strong.
Right. So for example, you know, they building a medical center. They built a medical center. There was a proposal to build a medical center right here in Antigua to do research on non-communicable and chronic diseases. And this was coming from Harvard, because the Harvard Law School really was built off of the backs of slaves from here in Antigua. You could just go into history. That's not Antiguan history, that's history. Eh? So the prime minister here has been trying to, you know, do some reparation fight of his own on that level. And that was in the negotiation for them to come and build some kind of medical center to test, to see the cause of non-communicable and chronic diseases. I mean, I could tell you the cause of non-communicable and chronic diseases. Them same people that come in to build the medical center, if you check their history from Tuskegee Institute and go back, these are the people who come and put cowpox in people's blankets and get them sick and kill off a whole nation. Laura Trevelyan, bless her heart, with $100,000. Nobody here else see that as an insult? $100,000. She and 7 members of her family went down to Grenada to say that she just quit her job at the BBC and she's gonna get her check soon and she's gonna give them $100,000. Wow. Now that alone shows us our mind frame that we can make headline news over $100,000 when I'm sure the trip alone to Grenada, her 7 relatives, all the accommodations, whoever paid for it, had to be, if not $100,000, but somewhere close to that. This is very, very serious when our reparation becomes ping pong, you know? So, and I'm really looking to seal up, but I want to seal up with some solutions that I just made a few points here. Because family, remember, you know, this is why I'm talking about education for the youth, because the propaganda is heavy. The propaganda is heavy. To be honest, without us coming together, each and every one of us should be able to take care of our youths mentally. Because we live in a world, just remember in 1981, Maurice Bishop in Grenada rose up. Maurice Bishop was considered the only Western leader that was radical thinking outside of Castro at that time. Grenada supplied the planet with 1/3 of the nutmeg that the planet used. Grenada, little tiny island Grenada, under Maurice Bishop, provided the planet with 1/3 of the nutmeg. Man, you don't have to say, if you provide the world with 1/3 of anything that the world uses, you don't have to sell nothing else. And that could run a country. That's why Ronald Reagan, and I must say, not Margaret Thatcher, what's the other lady there in Dominica? Eugenia Charles. She went to America and stood up with Ronald Reagan, and they invaded Grenada and turned it upside down. In 6 years, Grenada was like about several $1 million in debt. And that was not the case under Maurice Bishop. So again, you know, that's why emancipation is a hoax, because it's all a plot. That's why the first Black CIA, in fact, the first 8 Black CIA spies were hired to spy on Marcus Mosiah Garvey. You see it. The first Black CIA, not CIA, pardon me, FBI. In fact, at the time, it was the Bureau of Investigation first. Is Marcus Garvey changed that, you know, to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Check your history. Marcus Garvey made them look for black people to spy on other black people. Why they never spy on the NAACP? Because nothing was going on there. Marcus Garvey. So the point is, the emancipation, I agree, total hoax. Because this is why they as one songwriter said, they take the chains off the foot and now they have it on the brain. Now, just in conclusion, family, again, I think education is the key. I think we should have a structure. That's the main point here. We should have just like an educational program, structures and programs designed beginning with the little youths, because we need to think ahead. We need to think, I must say, well, Marcus Garvey said to observe them. I must say, just like the Jews and even George Washington and them fellas, these killers were thinking centuries ahead, you know. Yeah, man, they weren't just thinking about what they're going to eat tonight. They were thinking of the generations to come, which a lot of us, we don't think like that. And I think it's very important, because if we don't start to edify these youths, they're not going to keep on the turban. No matter how you dress them up pretty and nice, they will take off the fall. Look at even I and I, no disrespect, look at I and I. Let's just be straight. We not had a love for our turban and robe, like how we know King Emmanuel teach us. Yeah, I mean, I come to talk amongst my brothers and sisters. You know? So even we and all need a strength, a little shake up to move again in this time. So family, give thanks. I would encourage everyone to read the autobiography of the Emperor too, and teach it to your youth. It will help you to think very strategically in life. And look at this, amongst 2,000 outside of Rasta and Bobo, just conscious people. Can you imagine 2,000 conscious people putting $1 a day? Not a day, not a day, putting $1 a week aside. Just think of this, 2,000 people amongst the conscious people in the world. Even Bobo alone can do this, you know. Rasta alone surely have enough numbers, but just say people in general. $2,000, $1 a week from 2,000 people is $2,000 a week, $8,000 a month, $32,000 in 4 months. This money is not like, you know, when you put box on your hand and you get back your hand. This is to be put into a system that will benefit us all. Because if 1 million people put $1 and we have $1 million, that $1 million can create an institution that benefits every one of those million people. Holy Emmanuel, I, Selassie, Jah, Rasta. Give thanks. Blessed love.
Blessed love, Honorable Priest Isaac. Blessed Lord, give thanks, many thanks, mighty thanks, Honorable Priest Isaacs, for your very informative, very captivating presentation. You know, I as one of your fervent followers on YouTube, I am very pleased to be part of this whole event with you and to, you know, have this first-hand experience as well, you know, with you, my Lord. And I fully endorse the idea of educating the youths. This is something that I strongly believe in, and I have been saying this to a lot of people for years, that it is the youths that we have to really educate if we really want to see Africa liberated, if we really want to see Africa repaired, as you say, you know, reparations is actually repairing the continent, it's repairing the nation, you know, so very much so. You know, I myself, you know, I will be, you know, reaching out to you where that is concerned, you know, to either join what you have already started or to even, you know, start something in that regards. So Honorable Priest Isaacs, much thanks, mighty thanks. Give thanks, my Lord. Blessed love.
Is Raseku on the platform? I saw him text earlier that he was on.
Okay, awesome. Could we have Raseku to now take the stage then?
Is he still on? Because he had texted me that he's on the platform. Raseku?
You hear me now?
Yes, I. Yes, I.
Yes, I.
Yes, man.
I think I was muted when you were talking, when you all were talking.
Okay, my love.
Yes, I. Give thanks. I want to give thanks.
Before I start, Honorable, I must reiterate, this is one of our great gatekeepers family. He has published the largest amount of black books within our community worldwide. and he has offices in several Caribbean islands trying to keep us educated and on point with the information. As the information keeps evolving, and more knowledge and more facts are brought into the whole concept of reparation and restorative justice. So without further delay, yes, Honorable, the floor is totally yours.
Yes. Yes, I give thanks. I give thanks for the initiative, not to celebrate the emancipation, but to discuss it in a strong way. And as the organizers have indicated, emancipation is a hoax, a big hoax. And I will start off by saying why I think it is a hoax, because when we talk about giving reparation is what we talk about repairing. And what if you're going to repair? You're going to repair something that is broken. And what is broken here is the fact that the Queen and her puppet government is the one who gave us this day called emancipation. Am I here? Am I being heard?
Yes, I. Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
So the Queen and her puppet government who gave us this day, August 1st, to celebrate. We did not earn this day to say, well, we fought for this day. Our freedom fighters fought in the islands of Jamaica and other parts of the Caribbean, but the Queen is the one and the government initiated the day. And I want to say that we must now see that Emancipation Day must be a day that we must sit down and think about, have a clear reflection of what August 1st, 1834 was and is to us. Remembering that when we came from Africa, we came here as captured people. We were what we call not slaves, but we were captured.
Chattel.
I would say we were prisoners of war. All Africans coming from Africa were prisoners of war because we didn't ask to come. We were kidnapped and placed on ships like the Jesus de la Boer. We were placed on those ships and brought to this part of the world. And therefore, we as Africans are due what we call reparations, and reparation must always be tied with repatriation for those who want to return home. And as Martin Delany pointed out, long before Marcus Garvey coined the term Africa for the Africans, Marcus Garvey ended it by saying Africa for Africans at home and abroad. And we as Africans abroad, it is important that we take time to look at what is owed to us. We are not asking for reparation. We are demanding and commanding reparation. Because when you look at other parts of the Caribbean, even where the French was in Haiti, you look to see that the amount of money the Haitians have been able to pay the French because they fought against slavery and they fought to make Haiti one of the first Black republics in the Western Hemisphere. And here, Haiti being through a string of poverty. Haiti should not be a poor country. Haiti is only a poor country because it had to pay back to Napoleon and to France a large amount of money that was finished, I think, sometime in the 50s. That money was paid. Someone mentioned earlier that the amount of money that was paid to the planter class in Britain was just finished paid just about 2015 or thereabout, and yet the people of the Caribbean, the so-called slave, the prisoners of war, children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren have not received one farthing, not one farthing, not one pound, not one, from the slave master and from the colonizers. We also want to say that in repairing and reparation has to be paid also from some of these puppet governments in Africa, because we did not ask to come here. We were kidnapped and brought on slave ships, the slaver, without our permission, without asking to come. And therefore, some of the African nations, reparation must be paid in the form of those who want to return to the continent or motherland or ancestral land. Those who want to return must pay for us to return home, because when we left, we did not have to get a passport. So if you choose the country you need to go to, or you want to go to, or you want to settle in, now the passport should be given to all those who need those passports, from wherever country you decide you want to go to. And that should be something we should put on the African Union to make sure that they hear what we have to say. Affocans in the diaspora, we are entitled. This is not something at all we are begging for. We're not kowtowing in terms of saying at all what we need. Reparation must not only come in the form of cash payment. It may also come in the form of education. It may come in the form of learning skills, in the form of forgiveness of loans, and all these different things that reparations must come in the form of. We must be, what has happened over the years is that even here in North America, in 1865, the slaves and the still ex-slaves and the sons and daughters of slaves still have not been compensated, and that is a cold thing. I mean, cold. You want to expect you to pull up yourself by your bootstrap, and that is a straight reality in the Caribbean and all over where slaves were in South and Central America, etc. So we want to say that without much further ado, the importance of continue the struggle for liberation, and we must never forget that reparation is an important commodity. It must always be tied to reparation, must always be tied to repatriation, because this is a very crucial part of the Rastafari grit, because somehow or the other we seem to lose our way when we talk about reparation and we forget repatriation. So, so I want to give thanks. I want to give thanks for the organizers of this great panel. It's very important that we realize that this emancipation is one of the biggest hopes that they have pulled on us. That in the Caribbean today, yes, it's good to see the government taking up that mantle and asking for reparation, but we are the ones, the Rastafari elders, our patriarchs and matriarchs and so on. They were the ones who spearheaded that struggle. Long before the government in the Caribbean made emancipation a public holiday, it was part of our celebrations as a day to remember. So we give thanks to our great elders, like High Priest Emmanuel, Bongo Watu, and all the great High Priests, Bongo Time, etc., etc. We give thanks to all of them, and we give thanks for the continuing the work of these great elders by struggling for repatriation and reparation. So give thanks, my Lord.
Honorable Sekou, before you move, my lord, I want to ask you one thing before you move. The Honorable Priest Isaac mentioned it in his presentation. He spoke of the Grenada Revolution. I know that the Isaac man very versed in that whole situation there that occurred. Give I a little insight into that moment, no? Before the I leave the platform.
I want to say that I was very much blessed to have joined in Grenada about 10 days after the Grenada Revolution, and I worked with George Louison in the Ministry of Education. That was liaising with our comrade leader, Prime Minister Comrade Bishop. We were very close, and I was there to see and to work in the communities, to serve on the streets with the militia on Camp Blunt, right next to the market there in St. George's. It was a wonderful experience in that the first year of the anniversary of the Grenada Revolution, we brought in Michael Manley, we brought in Peter Tosh, we brought in a whole other host of other things. Some African leader, I think it was Samora Marshall, he came in, and so on. And so it was a great experience on the ground. We had many people from all through the Caribbean, Walter Rodney, we had Kwame Ture, Tofika Michael. Many of those came in from different points in time and were grounding off. And we saw the need for the building of what we call a free and democratic state in Grenada. And Grenada would have been a serious example in the Caribbean had it not been the watershed of what took place in terms of Bernard Cord and going extremely left, and which ended up turning back right in terms of calling what you call the counter-revolution of 1984-85. So the Grenada Revolution, I worked and trained with Prince Nanan, who was one of the forefront brothers there on River Road.
Yeah, and I brethren, yeah man.
Yes, and beautiful brethren. He was trained under one of our brethren in the martial arts, and we also go there and train with him, and so on. And we it was one of the times I remember Radio Free Grenada would play every day. There was not an unconscious song being played on the radio. It was either conscious reggae music or conscious calypso. When we celebrated the first anniversary of the Grenada Revolution, it was a very much what we'll call respectable day, and that we remembered. And on that day, 13th of March, 1980, we remember that first anniversary because we brought a lot of artists from Jamaica. Peter Tosh came in with Michael Manley on his jet, and we brought in. I was one of the initiators of bringing in Brother Resistance, Black Stalin, Brother Valentino, and a whole host of others that we brought in to help to celebrate this first year of the anniversary of the Grenada Revolution. I still live for it, and I plan to, in my memoirs, to write some of the experiences I had there within the Grenada experience. Give thanks.
Give thanks. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. And with that said, I have to remember a great brethren that recently departed from among us, a brethren called Bobo Arthur. Arthur Newland.
Yes.
One of the real revolutionary of our time.
That's right.
Bobo Arthur as well. Most Bobo Ashanti should give him some form of respect because the research that he did, and he produced a document called The Life and Time of King Emmanuel Charles Edwards, is one of the best, I would call it, biography written on the king, on our father. See,
and
so with that,
Priest Dougie, I want to say that he was also, when I met Bobo Arthur, he was working on a piece. I don't know what was it for his PhD or whatever. I don't know what ended up with it, but he was working on a piece about Dutty Boukman and the linking Dutty Boukman.
Yes.
Because from Jamaica to Haiti, and because we all were marveled about the fact that Dutty Boukman, we didn't know if the connection, because when he went to Haiti, he is the one who initiated what you call the genie, the spell of the genie, in the revolution, right? But we didn't understand how come that in Jamaica we cannot find that Orisha strong point to link Boukman, because Boukman was one of those who left Jamaica and ended up in Haiti. So yes, we must remember Bobo Atta, because he had strong intellect, and we must always give him reverence, give thanks.
Yes, that is so true. He visited Haiti many times to do his research. He was a true historian, my lord, and a revolutionary of the highest order. So yeah, as we are paying respects to our ancestors, in this month of Black August, we must remember to call the names of those who have gone before us, to make sure that they are not forgotten for the works that they have done. Yes, with that said, I give thanks. Turn it over to the host.
Go ahead, Empress.
We'll ask if Jabenton is on the platform as yet. Well, it seems not. Continue.
Yes, I just want to give thanks again for the Honorable Rasiko Hattikal chairs, and gratitude for taking part in this discussion. We value your contribution. Lessons the Honorable. And we do give thanks for the segment. It's based on education, because it's what's going to, get us back to where we supposed to be. Education for the Black people right now is very important. So even funding the education is one of the most important things. We are people that has been stripped of our identity over in the West. We take on another identity, most of us not knowing our true self, and has taken on, the whole impact of slavery, and just, this is what we identify with. And so in this time, we play the pattern of sabotage internally and externally. So, this is our way to go forward, and I give thanks for all members that came forward today, and the panelists, and really took time to give us a guide to the path. My Lord and Empress, I do give thanks to each member of the panelists again. Made this, educational period very informative for us. My Lord and Empress, give thanks.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress. Give thanks. And, I also would like to extend, gratitude to all the panelists, for their presentations. It's sorry that, we have not yet gotten the presentation for Jaben, but nonetheless, we are grateful for all the panelists who have, come forward and put their, their ideas forward, their comments on the topic of reparations. We would like to continue into the question and answer segment. But
before you do that, I just want to take a moment, because there are many different persons on this seen and unseen platform that really put the show together, and I just want to take that moment. First of all, we want to give thanks to Almighty for the courage and your vision to arrange this glorified function. His blessing be unto us, and the glory is His. It is really a great time with all of you all here. Give thanks to all volunteers that have participated, their time and knowledge, and made it such a glorifying evening. Special thanks to the EABIC Elders Council, to the panelists, to all the audience for their rapid patience and attention. For the vision that was celebrated today, in which we can now see the purpose. Special thanks to the technical producer behind the scenes, who has contributed continuously to work all things at the front perfectly. Give thanks, and may the Father love always abide with us. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks, Honorable Prophet.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress Hosanna. Much thanks. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement of everyone who has been a part of this event, this program. Give thanks for everyone who has attended, and everyone who gave their input
in making this possible today.
And it not finish yet. It just get nice because we want to hear from the listening audience. No, go ahead, my lord.
That's right.
It was kind of sounding like we are ending. It kind of was sounding like we're ending when we're just really getting into the thing.
That's true. Because we have some questions and we want answers for those questions for sure. You know, we have just been enlightened by the panelists, and you know, I just want the panelists to know that we are appreciative of what you have shared with us today. What you have shared with us today, we have noted it. We are absorbing it, and we will be keenly considering what you have shared as we move forward in time. So mighty thanks to all the presenters today. All right, Honorable Priest Ras Havana, I would like you to proceed into spearheading the question and answer segment of the program today. Thanks. Blessed love.
Yes, I would continue on by reiterating what both the hosts have said. You know, we give thanks for the panelists taking time out to come and share their knowledge with us. You know, these are some of our critical thinkers that we have on the platform here. And you know that is not a very regular trait amongst I and I. We tend to be more regurgitators and, you know, reciters and things like that. Critical thinking is a rarity amongst I and I. You know, and when I say I and I, I'm not talking about the wider nation. I'm talking about Rastafari. Our time is most spent in chanting and doing our rituals, which are very important. But we need to balance it forward with critical thinking and secular knowledge, because a people without the knowledge of their history is like a tree without roots. And everyone knows that a tree without roots withers and dies. So if we don't feed the mind, that will feed our action, then our struggle will wither and die. So I give thanks for the information shared, and we will go right into it now. Family, the floor is open for questions that you want to be answered. Freedom.
Honorable Ja Mikey's hand is up.
Honorable Ja Mikey, please unmute your mic and speak, my lord. Give thanks.
Bless the Lord.
Honorable.
Bless the Lord, one and all.
Bless the Lord,
yes, sir.
Honorable.
Yes, sir. We're hearing you, my lord.
I was trying to understand if you just tell me. Yeah, give thanks for the gathering. Give thanks for the reasoning. You know, a lot has been said. Even I've been enlightened to some things I was in the breast of. Understand. My understanding of our present position really demands a more accurate approach on dealing with the realm of repatriation. My part is I wanted to understand what the consul system was doing towards preparing for departure. But I understand the reason it was set upon preparation, composition, and exhibit run of what happened in history. Right now, my mind always prepared to get out of here. And I always is trying to reach a consul that is steadfast on repatriation straight away. You know, I wanted to know what the elders and consuls are preparing towards the fire of repatriation. How far are we now?
Repeat that question, Jamaica. I didn't hear it clearly.
Yes, my lord. I know Father say organize and centralize ourselves. I don't know, the consul might in the midst of us. My understanding is that there are lists convening in consul, preparing for repatriation. An announcement is to be made amongst the people who are prepared and are obliged to the status of repatriation. That being said, that list will prepare preparation, information chart that will detail the advancement towards repatriation. I'm asking whether the elders here in consul had set in consul for this fight to be established, repatriation, in the line of it, where we are today.
Okay. Does any other panelists want to take that on? Any panelists? Yes, sir. Honorable.
Based on what I gather from the Honorable Benton, it seems to be asking what.
That's Jamaica, sorry.
Sorry, Honorable Jamaica. You seem to be asking about the kind of arrangements being made for repatriation for those people who would want to repatriate. It speaks to a part of what Honorable Raseko and even Dr. Imani talked about. And it speaks to some of what I have been saying to the council and in other forums about the kind of dialogue that it requires to really create repatriation in an orderly way that does not create chaos and won't create animosity too. And I talk about animosity because I have been observing the approach or the trajectory of the reparations talk. And I am still seeing that it's being done in a way of trickery to still create a division among I and I as Rastafari and Black people in general. Because as Mikey is saying, there needs to be a proper platform set for a dialogue. First of all, and I have to be reasoning with leaders in Africa to be aware in a united way about how we are going to work reparation, the kinds of infrastructure to be put in place in Africa for those who want to repatriate. So reparation must be speaking to the kind of preparation that is being made in the various states of Africa that we have chosen to go. So African leaders must be very present at the table with these colonialists that are claiming that they are going to give reparations, and in the way they are planning to do it. When I listen to most of the talk, it's being paid, some to Africa, some into the colonies, all being paid in snippets, so that we will remain in our same disjointed and segregated form. But it must be a situation where all parties that are involved, all stakeholders must be at a common table to flesh out the right approach to it. That there needs to be schools and institutions and clinics and hospitals and all the various institutions to be set in those places that we are going to go. Our reparations money and our reparatory justice must include those things because we are going home. And those people who want to remain in the Western world and wherever they want to be and get complacent, then of course, you know, their monies will be organized and arranged to stay in their local or their location. But there has to be good dialogue, as it has been said, among African leaders. And of course, the governments of the colonies must be called to the table to negotiate these things, because people cannot just get up and jump out of their countries and go. The government must be aware and put out proper education. And there must be a worldwide education about reparation, what it entails, what it really means, and how it's going to be done. There must be education and information about it.
My Lord,
and there must
my
be
Lord.
discussion about it.
My Lord,
my Lord,
my Lord, your friends, my Lord. You know what? Through meditation, you know, I understand. The General Act of Berlin that was established in 1885 that gave them the consent and the right of way to come into Africa and exploit us the way they did. Take us out here and brought us in the Western Hemisphere, and we built up the Western Hemisphere as we have it here today. Understand? Right now, the plight for repatriation is more dreaded than ever because, one, what we wasn't present with, we will be present with because array is army. You know, we got the array the army. We have an army Let me give an introduction. They call me Prince. Prince Michael is my name. Okay, we all are Prince, but I take pleasure in understanding that I'm a Prince, and God is the one who gave me the title Prince, and I walk with it. Okay. Now, our time is, we here in the Turks and Caicos Island was advocating for an international reasoning. This international reasoning will bring elders from throughout the Caribbean, the Americas, and Europe into one place. In the Western Hemisphere, they just show us to organize and centralize ourselves. We have yet to do that. I've never heard of international reasoning yet. Purpose, repatriation, recompensation. We here was advocating and making an announcement through the branches through the Caribbean for this awareness that we wanted to bring in at least 2 elders from the smaller Caribbean islands, like St. Kitts and Nevis, and 5 elders from Jamaica, and how so on. We just wanted all the elders that represent all the tribes where they come from into one spot. If we can establish that, then we'll have the whole Western Hemisphere in consent or in presence to this council that will take place, international council. For the reasoning that will take place for the space of 5 days, conference, space of 5 days, that will give us time to understand one another better, and the ramp repatriation, and to establish New Jerusalem going home to our land. We cannot be established home in our land if we don't have a good clearance to understanding here in council as yet. Okay? But this was one of the advocation we here in the Turks and Caicos Island was advocating that should be done to bring the elders of each respective Caribbean island into one place to have an international preparation repatriation council established.
Give time. Yes, I. No one
just one more, just to say something for a minute. That is where we see RMO and all organizations of Rastafari in the various regions, because there are many kinds of organizations similar to the RMO, some almost with the same name, happening in different parts. And this is where the elders are going to be drawn from. This is how we are going to be able, first of all, as Rastafari, to create that kind of unity and presentation and representation to get to these kind of forums. Blessed Lord, my Lord.
Greetings.
I also wanted to touch on.
Hold on 1 second, Jamaica. Priest Raseku.
Yes, I want to say that what the brother is saying, the question very pertinent, and even some of the answers coming up. But one of the things I would like to draw reference to is the fact that we should move forward into the trip that our brothers made, our elderly brothers made, that is Douglas Mack and Aravanga and all those other brothers made back in 1961 and 1963. We need to go have another expedition whereby we can basically have a sit-down talk with some of the modern leaders in Africa, and in doing that, we can outline what we are looking for. The mere fact we are looking for also they to pay reparation. The mere fact we are looking why they need to pay reparation. Reparation come in the form of passports and so on. We preparing from on this end a list of people with technical skills and professional skills that who want to return to home and so on. So I think that it was very important that we build on that, in going forward to meet with the organization of not the Organization of African Union, but the African Union to basically to say let's have a talk, a sit-down talk as coming from the diaspora.
My Lord, Honorable Elder, that's the love.
Yes,
what I stand,
my
right,
Lord, for that.
I'm familiar with the trip that Douglas Mack and Japluno they made when they went over to Ethiopia in 1961, was it? But if you remember, the purpose of that was of a trip of recognition and acknowledgement. Because when they met with the king, the king was speaking Amharic to everyone else. But when he met with Douglas, and personally, he spoke English with them. And he was very concerned about us here and what's going on, the king. He's speaking with Douglas then. What I did understand when the king came in 1966 was also on behalf of the visitation that took place in 1961. My part here, with clear understanding still, is that we still have an organization called the OAU. But people say today that is not the OAU anymore, but the AU. Me personally don't have any respect for the AU because Father Selassie and Jomo Kenyatta, Kwame Nkrumah, all the great fathers of Africa, established the union with a purpose. Okay? This purpose is really concerning to us today. We have applied to return back to our land for the captivity, but because of the obstacle of Babylon, have us in limbo as it is today. I feel we need to be more aggressive.
Jamaican.
Honorable, my lord.
The open floor reasoning, I would take the statements in the open floor reasoning that is coming up. This segment we want the questions posed to the panelists. So if formulate it in a form of a question, so ones can answer. And there's other ones who have questions right now as well.
And I just wanted to jump in, Esperana, because in response to that question of gatherings, and we all have been to many, many gatherings. And in fact, I wanted to mention that some persons in Germany have invited me to a 1-month residency in Berlin for next year's July. And it is to look critically at Holocaust memories and colonial memories. Now, to talk about colonial memory in Germany is a very taboo subject. So the fact that the Humboldt Forum, which is a whole historical institution associated with the Holy Roman Emperor and all of this thing, that has now incorporated this ethnology museum in its services, they have invited me to join this conversation. Now, in this forum, it has me thinking, how do I represent our voice in that forum? Because it's not that I'm always a singular person, even if I'm there as a one person, I'm always representing a collective voice. But how do we even disperse this knowledge among ourselves to leverage it for advantage? Pardon?
Yeah, Mikey, we're hearing you,
So yes.
Mute their mic, please. Go ahead, Dr. Ayman.
Yes, and I think it is critical because Berlin was the place, as we know, where the 6-month conference took place with 14 nations to divide up Africa. And Berlin is the place where this forum is taking place. And I would like to suggest that we could use this opportunity to have a collective voice at that table, because as I said, it's going to be a 1-month residency and very much of a powerful space to have a voice at the table.
True.
Royal Empress, give thanks for the info. In Germany, you said this reasoning will take place in Germany?
Yes, in Berlin.
And Berlin is ready for your consul to dismantle us. Can I ask?
That's right.
The host of this so-called conference that you'll be attending, you have a knowledge of him or her?
Yes, well, I've been specially invited to come to. In fact, they moved the date so that I could participate because I'm going to be on a Fulbright fellowship for 1 year at the University of Massachusetts at Boston from September. So right after I leave that, I'm going to Berlin for this thing.
Because of the
Hold on, my lad. Hold on, my lad. We're dominating the floor. There are others who have questions who want to keep it, want to open it up wider and here because the timing, we are on a time schedule. Sorry, Mike, Jamaica, but at this point, we want to take some other questions to hear, to let everyone get a chance to be heard. So, questions, you can come again. Yeah.
Yes. A question to Honorable Priest Isaac. During your presentation, you had mentioned a book that households can start with to initiate the teaching to our children. I believe it was the autobiography of the emperor, was it? If not, then please correct me and just let me know why is it that book is the chosen text to start, teaching our children from.
Oh my Lord. Well, no, I don't think I was saying it was the the choice of text to begin. I think I was more even saying that for more us, the adults. And I did add that, the youths as well, because I have my children reading it even as we speak, the part 1 and part 2 of the autobiography. Well, mainly the point I was making is that, of course, those of us here as Rastafari, in one way or the other, we have a strong, love and connection to Haile Selassie I. And I would find it somewhat perplexing that we don't feed on his, not just his words, but his actual life story, which of course would have a lot of morals and symbolic gestures for us. It's just, that's really what it is. When you understand how Haile Selassie would have dealt, especially with the situations in time of war, how he approached war, what he put forward first, it may have been peace and negotiation, how he would have dealt with, the different passings that would have come in his life, whether it be Empress Menen or different children. When you just study Haile Selassie, especially from his own words, and that's another thing, studying the emperor in general is marvelous. And then when you get it from him, it just adds to the whole story, adds to the whole canvas of artwork as it relates to Haile Selassie. So I have found personally that having that personal relationship with the emperor and understanding these things about him would have guided me going through life to make right decisions, just to think like the emperor, because remember we say he lives in us, and the emperor obviously is a master chess player on the game board of life. So that's all I was saying as it relates to that. But give thanks, I could expand the point. Yeah.
Give thanks, Honorable Priest. Give thanks.
Who's the next?
We have Prophet Azrael.
John Mikey's first.
Okay.
Priest Azrael, then Priest Azrael.
Yeah. Please, allow it to flow.
Blessed one and all,
Yes.
I'll give thanks for this your time. I'll make mine short, but it's a question and a comment all in one. As I being a part, I see plenty of I them as Rasta, we fight for reparations and repatriation and because that's our mantra. From my comment to Rastafari, that's what we've been doing. But what we've never made a headway, not really. Now, I am a part of a few different organizations that are fighting for reparations, and they use the Rastafari model, but it's very few, if any, Rastafari in it. And my question is, what are we as a community, or how are we as a community will blend with those organizations that's already out there? I know I'm a part of an organization right now, and I only joined it so a Rasta could be on in the organization that has already sent letters to the United Nations. They are actually looking for the World Court now to look at reparations and our injustice. And what I look at is, as a Rastaman, we have so much other people fighting for the same cause, but it's no Rasta. They take it up from the Rastaman, and we talk among ourselves while they have organizations that actually doing the work, what we talking but trying to do. And what's gonna happen is when we, the Rasta community, say we won't go and have this conversation, it's gonna be a dead conversation because they don't had it. They don't had it with people. They already come to a conclusion without a Rasta man even saying a word in it. So by the time we, the community, say, okay, we ready and we won't go and see the World Court for our justice, because we will bring here as prisoners of war. And this is one of the things they fighting for, and the CIJ just did it. And I am a part of it, and I only joined it so I could bring a Rasta part of face to it. But we, as a Rasta community, have to realize that we far forward, we far behind a lot of organizations them what are fighting for reparations and repatriation and not getting a word from the Rasta man. You know what can happen? They can get it. We can get it without a word from a Rasta putting into it. So what are we as a community ready to do for the other international organizations them?
Okay, Myla, that's the question. Is that your question? Hold on, family. Orderly process, my lord. Is that your question, Jamaica?
Yes, my question is what we gonna do now to liaison with some of these bigger organizations that already been fighting for reparations, some of them for 50 and 20 years. And we haven't
Hold on,
met.
all right.
My lord.
Let me jump in on that right there. Rastafari has been the champion. So whoever coming in on the 20 year and whatever, them still after I and I. We have been championing this cause forever. Now, to answer your question, Rastafari has to form their own reparation council. Now, why I say this? Who is leading the charge right now in the arena? It is the neo-colonial governments. The neo-colonial governments are also culpable in our suit for justice. They have continued the same system of oppression. So they no matter what hold on there, no matter what color skin they might have, the system that they uphold is the same system. So they cannot champion the cause for the grassroots. So Rastafari need to do what they are doing now in an organization like the RMO, bringing I and I self together, selecting the best minds that we have that can represent the initiative, minds like Dr. Imani and others. But why I say Dr. Imani, people that have researched the thing and have real facts and data and are not being led by sentiment and romanticism. So we need to identify those among us who are such and have them be now our voice at the table, supporting them with whatever tools they need, whether it is funds for travel, whatever tools they need. We know the wider masses need to support them with those tools, but we need to organize our own council, which I saw being attempted in Bahamas there amongst the IDEM. I don't know where that initiative had fallen off or where it is at the moment, but I know that it was initiated a couple months ago or maybe a year ago. So maybe I can give I and I some clarity on where that is now. You know, because let's keep the thing substantive, because we're preaching to the choir. We all kind of know certain sentimental views. Let's keep the thing now with more substance to it. Where is that initiative right now, my lord?
Well, right now that initiative it has stalled in a way because we haven't met in about 2 months now. We haven't met, but the part what stalled it was the actual how coming together all Rastafari internationally. You know, we had a proposal on the table for the group to decide if we wanted to join the CRO and strengthen the CRO and let the CRO push it and we all strengthen that, or should we come with a new organization?
The CRO, I would like to know the CRO. Interpret that.
Honorable priest, honorable. We want to do this thing orderly. Please, everyone.
Yes, my lord. All I was my partner.
No, it's all right. It's all right. To answer the question and to answer the question, my lord. That is the Eastern Caribbean Rastafari organization.
Right.
You understand?
And the thing is, we have a good and it is like we say, we all know that it's needed. We all know that it's needed. It is something that we started to put it together, and I think that's where the fall went, because a lot of us saw that because the CROs already have certain mechanisms in place. Personally, I felt like it would have been the better way for us to strengthen all of us come under that. We could have changed their mandate or whatever, as long as we come, but we needed to find a way that we all could come under one umbrella. And I felt like starting a new organization wouldn't have been it. It was seeing that we have an organization that has been putting in the works and have members on the council. We should just strengthen that. But that's become a problem right there. My lord.
Yes, Jamaica.
I'm through the chair. Can you put Priest Snappy on the waiting list, please, to ask a question?
Yes,
Honorable
Priest Snappy. One voice. Honorable Priest Snappy. Come again, Empress.
Advar would be the next. Advar.
Advar. Honorable Priest Advar.
I'm sorry, Priest Aswad.
Oh, Honorable Priest Aswad. And how the lineup? Give me a couple names. Who's next after Priest Aswad?
Priest Aswad, Priest Advar, Priest Kumi, and
Priest Snappy. Priest Snappy may not have his hand up, but he's
yes, his name is on the list.
Okay. Priest Aswad, please unmute your mic and ask the question. Time is running down. So let's keep it nice and concise and make it a question, please, family.
Yeah, blessed love, my Lord and Majesty. Give thanks for the evening of reasoning, counseling going through. My question will be more directing to the Dr. Amani. She have me impressed. I didn't hear her whole statement, but I see she understands international governments and the system of the local authorities, and the action that she also stated, our alternative, what we must do. We are not really active. We don't really have a leader pressing for the reparations and repatriation as such. I was wondering, is she involved with the Elder Council? Is she going to be a part and parcel? Because I see she could play a very instrumental part. She is teaching us how to reach into ourselves to find what we need to find, to do what we have to do through her experiences. So my question is she going to be a part of this EABIC leading the charge, one of the leading charge persons? Because I have a lot of questions to ask her. I want to know if she's going to be present on board to lead the charge or to assist in the charge, my Lord and Majesty.
I will take liberty in answering that for her. She is one of my arsenals, my Lord. So she's always available, you know, for I and I to work with, to follow her lead, and so forth and so on. She's family. You know, she's very close with I and I. She's family, so she's part of I and I.
Thank you, my Lord. Thank you. I was feeling the relationship. Thank you for confirming it.
Who was the next on the list?
Priest Advar.
Priest Advar. Honorable Priest.
Worthy, honorable God, blessed love. Give thanks, my Lord, Empress, you know, give thanks for all who's here, you know, give thanks for the, you know, council elders, give thanks for the panelists, you know. Yes, my Lord and Empress, I is looking forward to see more and ones really look towards Africa, you know. And I see really and truly said the people them here, even they need that kind of charge within the repatriation mindset, you know, ones who look to repatriate, you know, but within that repatriation mindset, I seen that we as a people still, we need to fight for this repatriation, meaning a lot of people coming home, but it's under these colonial governmental nationality, you know. We don't see a lot of people taking that charge within to say even to exercising their rights as Ethiopians. Within to say even from the parents, you know, the mother and the father, you know, having a newborn child and really registering that child in these governmental settings while being conscious and aware that it is just a slavery settings. We don't have a look to say, let us register a child in our own nationality, you know? And within that still, when we don't exercise these rights, even as an individual, to say that I am not a Jamaican, I is not an American, I is an Ethiopian, I is a returnee, I is a prisoner of war, and we don't challenge the governments that be or the system that be, we wouldn't know what would be, you know? So even the OAU, like I hear Honorable Dr. Sekou mention, a more like type of delegation to you know, something of the sort of like the 1963 delegation of Rastafari to the continent, really seeking out you know, a meditation on how we as a Black people can return home and how it's feasible. Do you
have a question, my lord?
Well, the question is still, you know, my lord, it's more like as like to say, not really a question, but we need to more push the
Well, like we say, this is the question
repatriation.
segment. Honorable Priest, this is the question segment. The open floor segment coming later. We want questions because we want to pick the minds of the ones where we have here.
Yeah,
we have experts sitting in front of us.
How do the Polonists, my lord, how do them see not registering our children when we have our children? How do them look at that, my lord and empress? Not registering our children with the governments at present, my lord, but really claiming our rights as Ethiopians, you know, because really when we hand over our children to them, it's like we're continuing this.
Yeah, man, we'll get the question. Let them answer.
Right.
Let them answer.
Yeah, man. Let me say a thing there, my lord. Honorable. Don't just say them who can speak, let them speak. Ain't so.
Yeah, man, that is
come
it,
again.
Honorable. That is a question.
I don't get the bridging. What the bridging just said.
My
I don't
lord,
get
give thanks. I was just doing a reminder. Father said, them who can speak, let them speak. You understand? But the question, I mean, what I heard the brethren just saying just now, my lord, we got to be more militant. Be a little bit too soft in the way we're dealing with our compensation, reparation, business, and dealings now still. We need to be like the Davids than we was before, back in the day still. We lost the ancient spirit. The spirit will tell us both physically, and we could talk later. We talk too much. You have enough new consuls coming up. What happened to the Foundation Council, the OAU, the UNIA, you understand, EWF? Where do they fit in today? We get all kind of new other consul, yet we in dealing with Foundation. So I just have a little problem these days with them things that still. You understand?
Well, back to the question, my lord. Any other panelists? There's a question on the table, my lord. 1 second, my lord. There's a question on the table. How do the panelists see registering our children in the colonial colonies or former colonies of you know, the slave master?
Don't register them. Don't register
Panelists. Which panelists want to answer that question, please?
I can't answer that, my lord. We don't register.
No, it's not open. It's a brethren. Let us be professional, no, man. It's a panel discussion, and the wider family is supposed to be asking the panelists the questions. See, the open floor is where everybody will be able to make their statement and reason, brethren. Let us just get this part over with. Yes, sir. I could get this part over with so we can move into the open floor. Any panelists want to challenge that question, please?
honorable host. There is much to what the honorable priest Advar said. Because if we are thinking that our children will have to continue to live within the society that they are born in, and that a local registration is important for the matriculation into different institutions. So that is something that we have to think carefully about how we advise. Because let's say you have a child and you did not register that child. Because to register the child as an Ethiopian in Jamaica, these would have to be the angles that we flesh out and see what would be the situation, but just not to say don't register them and leave them and have them in these Western society where they have to go to schools and clinics and stuff like that. They have to show some kind of registration in the country, and they demand that from the child is born in the hospital. So we would have to create more arrangement on that.
So you're saying that, yeah, what I hear you saying is that there has to be procedures developed to initiate something like that.
Yes, Honorable.
Okay.
You can't do that.
I think Priest Isaac would like to repeat.
Yeah, give thanks. Just not gonna be long at all on that. It's a subject area that maybe I would have to look into more before I would give let's say expert answer. But I understand the Honorable Priest Advar's passion with the understanding of anybody that think with a revolutionary mind, you have to think of all these things as well. And we do live in a system where just about 30 years ago, right here in Antigua, if the father was not married to the mother, the father's name would not appear on the birth certificate. Some sort of law that they passed, some bill that went to the parliament that changed that in the 80s, where the father now, like my father, his name is on my birth certificate because he was married to my mother. You understand? Now, let me see, my father's father. If I'm not mistaken, my father's father would not have had a birth certificate, and nobody else going after that had any birth certificate because they were considered as chattel. They were from cargo to animals to stocks. That's what they were. So there was a record of them, but it was not a birth certificate. In truth and in fact, what they call a birth certificate is just another way of enslaving you, and really keeping you down. And again, I'm sure everyone here knows that. But again,
Honorable Priest, could you explain the whole concept of the birth certificate? That might enlighten ones and ones. How that came about, the concept of it ended up being BIRTH, but how did it start off? Because that is not how it started off.
Well, again, that's what I'm saying, really, at least from my knowledge. As I said, I put in my everything on the table, and I said, as I said earlier, maybe I myself have to more qualify myself to go into the depths. But from my understanding, again, it's just like in South Africa, when you had to carry the passbook. All these things is just a level of identification and a level of ownership. Now, what the Honorable Priest Advar was speaking of again, we're talking about nationality and who you belong to. What I would say is that what I was saying earlier about being strategic, how the emperor is very strategic. Even when the emperor leave Ethiopia to go talk to them at the League of Nations, enough man say, man, I can't leave the man, go and leave us. Not understanding that you have to pick your battles. Sometimes you have to give up a battle to win the whole war. You understand? Now, if we're going to follow human rights, I know human rights show that a one is free. I don't remember which article, but a one is free to change the nationality.
Yes, sir.
So maybe going into this, because reality, let's just be point blank. You gonna say you're not registering people, you're putting yourself in a position to be seriously penalized. Now, a person might say, well, listen, we need martyrs in this time. Maybe that's the battle you fighting. I wouldn't suggest we fight no martyr battle right now when we are intelligent enough to go around these things. Just quickly, King, in the Antigua perspective, the birth certificate again was just a case of identifying you, because all of us, most of us here, Nicholas and James and Tongue, them is slave master names. It also identified which plantation you came from. That is the Antiguan experience. Then you have the whole maritime initiative there. You know, when a ship, then let me just say this quickly. When a ship comes to the harbor, they say that the ship is at berth.
That is exactly where I want you to go with it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, so fair enough. True. And then, you know, they give the ship a certificate. So every ship that come in the harbor get a birth certificate, and you know the ship has just docked. Just like how a doctor would bring the birth of a child into the world and give them. Now the ship on the water is very symbolic, you know. Economy as we know it, not because it's a plane flying, economy as we know it is a maritime thing. And we as people, when we are born, that's why I kind of liked it to the South Africa situation when you had to carry your identification. In fact, we still have to do that. Passport, this social security, this driver's license, all sorts of things with numbers we carry today. So even going into that battle to relinquish birth certificate, you have to think of all these other certificates that we carry around just to do business, just to get from here to there. Them dirty money we have with Elizabeth face or whoever face on it, that's another level of captivity and ownership there that you have to. That's why some scriptures say once you buy and sell, it must be a sin because of the exchange. So the point is that the certificate, just like the ship, to me, is a case of ownership and to show that you are a part of a working industry. That's why we're sent to school, you know. The school system is a Rockefeller system where we sit down behind one another and we are trained to get big and put on a tie and sit down in a cubicle and just type and do whatever we have to do to keep the system up. So again, just in closing, I overstand the birth certificate argument. There's so many other things we can look at, you know. And I understand how them brothers feel radical. I radical too, you know. But nobody more radical than the King of Kings. But the King of Kings know how to put peace before the death of his people. But if that's the case, he know how to attack. Yes, blessed Lord.
Yes, to the chair, I want to say a quick thing in relation to the birth certificate.
Quickly, my lord.
Yes, this is a thing. The birth certificate really is what we call a strong man. Yes, the birth certificate is really a strong man, right? The birth certificate represents like for instance here in North America, the birth certificate for every individual represents a debt, a lien on that the state or the federal government have on you as an individual. That is what the birth certificate represents in legal terms.
Give thanks.
Give thanks.
Honorable Empress, what was that you were stating? Who was next?
Me.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Honorable Priest Nappy.
Yeah, my lord and Empress, give thanks.
No, my lord. Priest Kumi was next, my lord.
Okay. I'll wait for Priest Kumi. Go ahead, my lord.
Priest Kumi.
Royal. Yes, my lord. Love divine, my lord and Empress. Do give thanks for that day of reasoning. I man was invited to the reasoning. I hear about the elder council, you know. And I man have to ask a question towards the topic of repatriation. I just want to put a little understanding before I ask my question to my question that I'm going and ask. And when we speaking about repatriation and the means we to agitate for our justice as a people, it brings me back to the question that if you is a people, you must have a homeland and you must have a place where you're agitating to go, because that's the repatriation about, not just repair and replace and restore. All of that is part of repatriation. So, and we conscious self, we know if we're talking about repatriation as Black people, we're talking about Africa, which is we homeland. Bottom line, when Black people, we Rastafari, we talking about repatriation, we talking about Africa. And if Africa do not own us as the subject, it come like the chart and the course of repatriation, it will be weak because it come like we don't have a home or a people to accept us and receive us as the subject abroad. So, with the understanding of geopolitics what's going on with Mother Africana who form the sixth region and also have the communication linked and things done in place. I don't know if people is really doing geopolitics. With repatriation, as Black people, you cannot talk repatriation without Africa or without the link with Africa. Anything else will be scattershot. So my question is this. How we as a people, even out here, who is talking on the repatriation, could find the oneness amongst ourselves to agitate as a people and not in forms of all scattershot of this council and that and how we could come as a people and find the oneness to have the one voice that we could agitate for the cause of repatriation as a people.
My Lord. Your question kind of was answered throughout the reasoning, but I will try and reestablish some of what was said. There are organizations going on right now. There is, every region is called upon to centralize themselves. And then now when those regions are centralized, then we come together now with the wider centralization where all regions are linked into one. Become a central figure there now. Like in Jamaica, you have the RMO. In Bahamas, I think it have another collective. Each area has a collective with a similar name. CRO is one of those initiatives where the regions have come together and formulate a council or a committee to represent them. Now, one of the things that were said is that I and I, Rastafari, need to formulate I and I one council. Now, the formula for that is not rocket science. Again, organize and centralize. Each group is representative of an organization. When the groups sit down together now to deal with common matters, we are supposed to be able to centralize our effort, identify amongst that collective body the representatives for our initiative. But again, it is how we function as Rastafari that is our main problem. We want to invent something that doesn't exist, and we are not willing to use the proven methods that exist. If we use the proven methods that exist, we would be far ahead of where we are. Everyone wants to be heard, everyone wants to have the say, and a lot of us are not prepared with the knowledge base that it takes to be in that space. We have to start respecting the people with the knowledge base and empowering them to be in that space. So when our initiative does get to the AU's general sitting, it is formulated in a way that they want to address it because it's so well put together. and not just the sentimental way in which we speak as Rastafari. We think because we were taken away and we are where we are now, that we can just bam and get our way. It's not going to work that way. We have to come together and fulfill what the High Majesty said, organize and centralize. Bless. I don't know if that kind of touch on some of the what you're asking. Honorable Priest.
Yes, Honorable Priest, do give thanks. I could just ask one more question, the same question, but just in a different perspective. So how I and I as Bobo Shanti aspire ourselves to come in a oneness toward the same thing that we speak in. This is a house of Bobo Shanti I asking the question about.
Well, we have Honorable Leading Priest on the panel, Honorable Priest Lamont, who is one of the members right now out of Jamaica that is leading that charge of unity and trying to bring structure that we as a house, being that the initiative of Bobo started in Jamaica, we in Jamaica need to be the example by coming together with the other family, forming that central unit and identifying among that central unit representatives that can lead the initiative. Now, back in the day of our father, we didn't have a lot of certain capable people. We used to have to go and hire attorneys and hire this and hire that from outside of our midst. Today, we have every facet that we need within Rastafari. We just need to respect their ability and their skill sets and empower them again. We have among Bobo Ashanti, we have attorneys. My daughter is an attorney. Seeing we have several attorneys, we have several competent ones that we can put on the job, give them the job to do all the research, to formulate the language, the narrative that the documents need, that we will file in the different institutions where they need to be filed. But we have to empower those among us, especially I and I who send our children as Rastafari to school to get that education. One of the reasons why we're not seeing the youths among us, because we don't have anything set for them to come and apply back their 10% to it. How do my daughter as an attorney come and apply her 10%, that 10% that is required, as you know, as we know how it is set by our father, that I and I each have to give back a 10% to the collective. What is there for her to come and apply her 10% to? There is nothing. So we need to now work with the Honorable Priest Lamont, work with Jamaica in Bahamas, work with the other brethren that was asking the questions earlier, who are championing that kind of development in their region, and then centralize it into a unit now where we become a force. And we are not just splintered as we continue to function splintered. So it's all about unity, you know. The answer, the overall answer is unity. Uniting together and identifying the skill sets that we have. Someone said it earlier. We need to formulate a skills bank among ourselves as Rastafari, that we know all the capable people, their skill sets. If you want a plumber, you don't have to go outside, you know, say you have 10,000 plumber within Rastafari, you can engage one of them. If you want an attorney, you don't have to go look at a guy out the road. You have any amount of attorneys among us. So we need to utilize those assets that we have and not be myopic and isolationist as we have been. The 21st century called for I and I, even as Bobo Shanti, who is coming out of the enclave of Bobo Hill, to be more upfront in the discussions. But not every man, because not every man is capable. Let us empower the ones among us that are capable. Yeah, Priest Nappy, your floor, my love.
Yeah, great.
Check your phone, we're not hearing you.
Yeah, greetings to everyone. Can you hear I?
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks to each and everyone, you know, that put this program together. It is well done. You know, all of the panelists and all of the questions asked, you know, give thanks, you know, but I just wanted to address what the Empress was saying, the one that was asking that she was supposed to be going to Berlin for a meeting. And, you know, I just wanted her to transfer this message that we, you know, you're still a fighting force here in the West amongst Rastafarians, amongst Bobo Shanti, that is still on the track for reparation and how we can actually start and mainstream works to start happening now on the continent, or whether works to be happening here in the West, you know, to get this work going, you know, until we can iron out all of the aspects of what reparation is supposed to be. I mean, it's going to take quite a while to iron out all of those things. I don't think we're going to sit down and wait till we can iron out all of them aspects of reparation before, you know, we can start some groundwork doing, some grassroots work doing on the continent, you know. We just want it known that we are here still trying to figure out how we can get that done. And if there's any legal mind, we can help us to get access, whether to equipment, whatever is needed, funding, to start some groundwork in Africa, you know what I mean, until we can iron out the whole reparation thing, you know? My lord, and him. Yeah.
Yes, my lord. So what I will summarize that. The Virgin is saying that ones that are sitting at the various tables at this time, you know, need to reiterate to the authorities that are the stakeholders at the table that I and I Rastafari is still on the mission. Even though it may not seem that way, there are those of I and I that are still on the mission, is what the priest is saying. And that is so much to work out, and we are starting late as it is, because a lot of this should have already been worked out from the time that our father laid the foundation and opened wide the door. That's why he called us to his side. Remember now, it is the Ethiopia Africa Black International Congress. Yeah, the true Church of Divine Salvation came after. But it's the Congress. As a matter of fact, it started out as the African National Congress. So it's the Congress aspect of it that needs to be reestablished among the Bobo Ashanti. See, and so we can get the mission on track again. You know, because many times, and Priest Lamont can attest to this, when we are sitting at the RMO table and the different tables there, we hear it said that, yes, Bobo was a champion for those initiatives in the early days. But now, Bobo kind of fall off a track because they have not heard from us in how long. So we need to get back the Congress aspect of our function together, because that's the part that does the agitation and the activism. The true Divine Church of Salvation is where we come in and straighten our faith and get the strength and the vibe and the courage and the confidence now to go out during the 6 days and wage our activism. So we need to, you know, it's a whole restructuring. We are at a crossroads and we all can see it clearly. It needs our overall. You understand? And that is where we are at right now. The Council of Elders is seated to help to fashion this overall. The Council of Elders is not the administration, you know. Right. We are just here to facilitate the overall and the unity back to the family that we need, because we have been scattered in the last 29 years. And we are now stepping forward into the 21st century with critical thinking and unity as our priority.
Please, Dougie. I just want to direct this to Honorable Empress Imani and probably also Raseko. I have been reasoning with people on the continent, and I have heard even something insinuated by Honorable Kes Barriso Babo, that when we hear talk about Africans in the diaspora, in the land of Africa, when they talk about the diaspora, it does not include the slave children that have been captured and brought into the West and the Americas. They refer to the diaspora Africans as those Africans that have left Africa ordinarily and are out and are out there. I see need for education in Africa of us that have come here, that have been stolen and brought here. Because I am sure from discussion that we are not recognized as Africans in many discussions, and that we have to prove ourselves as African, and that we are deserving of repatriation and reparation. I would like people to look into that aspect of the situation and give more clarity and lucidity on that situation.
Well, I would jump in right there to answer something right there. Because when Dr. Arikana,
Thank you. The 6th region is about me.
Dr. Arikana constantly, when she speaks of the diaspora as part of the whole fullness. And she always says that the diaspora has the talent that Africa doesn't have right now. That last missing ingredient is among the diasporans, and we need to come home and apply it. I've heard her say that in several speeches. Also, Professor Lumumba. So the narrative is changing. What you're saying exists naturally, but the narrative is changing. The Africans themselves are seeing that they need us now. It's I and I now to step forward into it and make ourselves present. Because the doors are open, you know, even like in Jamaica, where now you're sitting with the Minister of Security and the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Culture. In days gone by, we'd have to lick down the building to get a meeting with them. Not even knocking on the door would help. We'd have to lick down the whole building. Now, the door is open wide. They are almost begging us to come reason with them because they see that we are one of the impressions of the grassroots. We inspire the grassroots action, the Rastafari. So they are seeing natural now that they have to engage us. So things is changing. We need to change with it and utilize those changes. Maximize them.
Get trying to say something on that, Honorable Chair.
I pretty think that Imani wanted to respond.
Sister Imani?
Yes.
Yes, I wanted to respond to say, you know, a lot of that narrative is about how we've all been traumatized through the centuries by the enslavement Ma'afa. And the Africans that I've met on the continent and other places have never rejected me as less than or not worthy of being African. In fact, one thing I think we should work on to measure up, if we need to measure up, is the ability to communicate. Because one brethren said to me, you know, a lot of races from Jamaica and around the region and the West come to Africa with this arrogance, like they know this and that about Africa. And nobody has stopped and taken the time to learn a language, not Swahili, not Fante, not Ewe. Not being able to cross that language barrier is a big no-no right now. It says that we are not taking the time to put our communication capabilities where our Rasta narrative is. And if you step into Nairobi today, you can bet your bottom dollar that you're gonna have to be counting your change to figure out how much the thing costs. If you can't say Nina Taka Indizi Ishirini Tafadali or something like that, you have to learn the language. And I think rather than saying what we don't have and what we are lacking, we need to arm ourselves. Like if you're going to Berlin, speaking of which, you're going to learn German. And I think we're so preoccupied with communicating even with each other in our colonial language that we don't realize that the average Nigerian speak 3 or 5 languages. And so for us to really claim our Africanness, we have to claim our languages of origin and certain foods that we eat and this and that and that. I'm just saying.
Great. Empress, again, that's why you're on the panel. That's why I say let us pose our questions to the panelists. That is a major point. It's a point that have been echoed by majority of ones who have been there a long time too. Give thanks, the Honorable Kesbarisa Babo, aka Priest Paul, is a perfect example in the sense that he has learned the language. Many times I am him reasoning on the phone and he's interrupted by ones either passing him or ones coming to check him. And he stops and I hear, and he just goes off into the language there and they communicate and then he comes back to me. So he has learned it, and because of that, they have embraced him. They have embraced him. Ones and ones can link the priest and speak with the priest and hear from the priest, you know, because he's an ambassador on the ground that has identified a lot of the problems and a lot of the approaches that we need to be taking. That's why we send ambassadors, you know, that we can get information, relevant information and factual information. See, so some of the problem that we have is in communicating with one another, one, and as you rightly pointed out, sis, if we are going home to become what we are, that was beaten out of us, we need to start with a language. So when we get there, we can communicate with our family and they don't look upon us as just strangers from a far land coming with our Western vibe. See, so great point, Empress. Very great point. Well, at this point, you know, we are looking to close off the question and answer segment and open the floor to Bridget who wants to make their statements. And please make your statements, you know, concise for us, please, because time is winding down and I personally will have to shut down in a moment because I have a radio interview that I have to go to. So please let us wind down with some concise statements.
Shanti. Elder Shanti.
The Honorable Chair, it's your floor now, my lord, so you're free to speak.
Shanti?
Blessed love, give thanks for all said and done. Love the wine, one say short and sweet and declare where you want.
Honorable Priest?
Shanti?
Yeah.
Yes, my lord. I wanted to ask Shanti a question.
I think there's
yes,
a
my lord.
Shanti?
Yeah, a priest me. You could hold on, Prince Michael. Honorable Priest Meeks, my lord. You can go on and talk.
My lord.
Bless the Lord.
I wanted to address
to one and all, you know. And blessed afternoon to the council.
Yes, sir.
Give thanks for life, health, and strength. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Well, my give thanks for everyone on the panel, you know, on the elder council, you know, give thanks for the angels, you know, 4 corners of the earth. I really had a question, but I'll turn it into a summary because Honorable Priest Dougie, you throw out certain points and then you answer it yourself. But the point is, how can we blend the spiritual aspect of everything and the reality aspect of everything so that we can teach our young children who's coming up? Because like Honorable Priest Isaac touched upon the topic, Jamaica and Ja'advar, and I will touch upon it again. How can we get the minds of our children to be educated in a solid foundation so that these, how should I say it, the Masonic agenda can be counteracted? Because we
We have a problem where we have people that's teaching our children different from how a solid foundation or a solid man or a solid woman is supposed to operate and supposed to behave. So how can we gear their mind to be readily to face an invisible war that they know nothing about, that they have to be ready for in order to be intelligently ready and intelligently inclined to fight such a war? We have to be able to give them the proper tools and the proper education that they need so that they can be sophisticated enough to challenge the powers that be. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, yeah, Rastafari. And that is my, 2 pieces. Give thanks.
My Lord, must definitely required to have the education committee and approach it from the point. In the meantime, we give our youth the basic foundation, because a school only really supposed to teach you of subjects, morality and moral values. We supposed to teach them so that they will recognize when they go to school to come on, so and so and so, and with that word and that not for guarantee. But moral values begins at home, my lad, and that is the strength with life. Because children say what they see, do what they see, and say what they do, and make the home is the foundation. So we need to structure our home with firm family values, from my point of view, and address it. In the meantime, take time, formulate our different, nationhood we building. So we have to address everything, my Lord and Majesty. The floor is open if anyone have other thing to reach with it.
Professor Kiko had his hand up.
Who?
Just to add to that,
Hold on.
Just to add to that, I just say, self-awareness should be taught by home, by your parents. As you grow your child, you can teach them self-awareness. Then you are the best person to teach them self-awareness. I know that.
Yeah, before you jump into the next person, I still have to jump in again, because I have to say, the old saying, it takes a village to grow a child. We are doing an impossibility trying to grow the children just by ourselves in these various regions, isolated from one another. The village is what we need to reestablish if we want, and this is to answer Priest Meek's question. In reality, we need to reestablish the village concept, so the entire village can be there to teach the child morality, the true self of an African, and all the cultural values that they need to have and need to cherish. But without the village, we alone not going to be successful, because many of and I can speak for myself, I have grown my children in Rastafari. Priest Nappy can tell you, over the years when we had the tabernacle here in Miami, I youths them full it up every weekend. Every weekend I'm going to service. My children that are not, especially my girl children who are not going into house at that time on a purification level, would have to be there in the service with I. And I carry them to every bubble togetherness that I have. But still that did not keep them attention focused, because they have a million other things attracting them away from Iman teaching and their mother's teaching. We need the village. That is why look at the Jewish people, look at the Nation of Islam. That is how they are able to maintain ascendancy within their levity, because they have created a village system where their children are proud and happy to be who they are. Our children, we have not been able to maintain that proudness. Yes, when they are under our control, they do as we say and go where we say they are to go. But when they reach a level where they can choose for themselves, other distractions take them away, because we don't have that solid foundation to secure them. Bless.
And that is
Honorable.
So, you know, a lot is upon our shoulders right now. Honorable, my lord. Go ahead, Prince Michael.
No, my lord, honorable, give thanks, my lord. Honorable Priest Ashanti. Ashanti?
Yes, sir.
Elder?
Yes, my lord.
I believe it was you earlier speaking on the readiness of the individual that will be prepared to make the stands on behalf of the whole organization in the flight to repatriation, examination, and true scrutiny. How would you understand the individual that will be capable of such a thing? By consent or selectively chosen? That's one question for you.
I didn't get the question, my lord. Because it's clearer.
Yeah,
honorable, my lord. Okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah, man.
Yes, my lord. I was asking you, Elder, because
yes,
I believe it was you who said
man.
the individual that will be capable of leading the fight of this whole situation will have to be an individual that is accurately inclined with the relevant utensils that is needed to combat this situation. I ask you now, how would you understand the individual when they step forward to deal with this, as you had said? Is it a process for identification, identifying the individual, or by his fruit shall he be known?
How would we identify the individuals that are capable to do the representation is what you're asking, my lord?
Yes, according to what your utterance was when you was closing out, you were saying, you were speaking a little example of the individual that would be capable of doing such a thing.
Right.
How would you know?
How would we know? We are a family, so we kind of know each other. We kind of function together. Like I can identify in my community here in Miami the relevant persons that I would engage in whatever area I am seeking that expertise. And it's the same way in Jamaica. In Jamaica, you know, we function together. It's long-standing, you know, that is the test of the whole thing, you know. By moving together, we kind of can identify the workers and the capable workers because they have created milestones along their journey. And by those milestones that they have created, I can see, yeah, like inviting Dr. Imani to the panel. That is why we invited her. I know her work. She did a magnificent job some years ago with her research on that whole German, Dutch, you know, culpability in the whole institution of slavery. And she brought not awareness to us, but she brought awareness to everyone. So we can identify our workers by the milestones that they have created. But what we are not doing, we're not acknowledging them for their work. Maybe because a person is not directly attached to us. We don't really identify them as that. You know,
I have two more questions for you. I have two more questions for you, my lord.
Okay, a quick one before we ask the questions. Everyone, please, a quick one before, just to, you know, highlight that we are 30 minutes over the time. So, you know, let us keep that into consideration.
Yes, I need to ask a question before the panel closes. Just what is it that we would want? Is it Adam here and I?
Yes, I.
Yes. What is it that we want Dr. Imani to say on behalf of us in Germany? Are we going to get together to make a resolution, a declaration, something? Because I think that's what she was alluding to.
No, what she was alluding to is that we need to have ones at the table with her.
Yes.
I wanted to ask a question in that regards, Honorable Priest Lamont. Yes, and I wanted to direct the question to Empress Dr. Imani as it relates to being present at the meeting in Berlin. And the question is, how do we get others to be present with you there at the meeting? What are the steps to take, to get others present with you there at the meeting, if that is possible to happen?
Well, I think Honorable Priest Lamont had the same idea that I did. I didn't actually know whether it was a possibility to open up the forum physically to other people, but certainly a position statement would help to share that perspective. I believe that word sound have that kind of power, so it would strengthen my own presentation. I think I will definitely check with the organizers to see the possibility of whether people can physically also join. I really don't know the boundaries of their organizational capabilities, but
Is it a closed door, Dr. Imani? Is it a closed door thing, or is it where it will be live stream and all of that?
Yes, it is a series of workshops with the German public about this subject. So people are coming from Africa, like from Benin City and Togo and other places where German colonialism had its reach.
Another question: is it academic only, or
no? It is both for academics and for activists. So it's not just one format. So it's in the form of workshops, and we are being invited as quote unquote experts to engage with the participants as well as with the public.
If that.
Just want to say bless up to all. Bless up, give thanks for the wonderful reasoning. It's been a joy reasoning with all the elders. My lords. Give thanks.
Give thanks, family. Yeah, man.
Honorable Chairman, my lord. Honorable Majesty, give thanks. All guidance and protection.
Honorable Chair, my lord.
Honorable Chair. Start to bring him down now. We have to go through the process. There's a few more things on the program which I want to speed up now. As we go into our segment of the program.
Honorable Priest Aswad had something to say. Madam Hannah.
Yes.
Priest Aswad. My lord.
All right, let us take Priest Aswad's question,
That's
and
the
then
last
we have
question,
to move forward,
because
that would be the last question.
And my lord, I will have to shut down. So it is the last question because I'm heading to my appointment. So please let it be brief and so we can come down with the closing ceremony.
Yes, please.
Give thanks for the opportunity. What I have to say is give thanks for all that was said and done, organizing, working together, coming together. I see we need two things. We need to have a database for everyone with a skills set attached to the database, so we must know our team members. I think we need to start a study group also so we could study intense. We need an academical level of studies too. Preparing people to go to Germany. She is qualified, so she must be able to, if she could volunteer her time to teach us and organize us in the pattern she wants us to go, to be able to deal with international matters and to come to our conclusion quickly. We must know what we want to do. We must appreciate everything that we heard today and learn something and change something. And I think we need to have more reasonings continuing from this reasoning to organize the doctor that she will be leading the charge or what we will be doing. It's so important. I give thanks for everything that was said and done, my Lord and Majesty.
Glorify my Lord.
My Lord, give thanks. So, Priest Doggy, how long again we have? A couple minutes or what?
Yeah,
we have actually passed the time.
Yeah, I would just call upon, my Lord, I'd call upon the Royal Secretary to read her poem at this point because it's a solid poem that everyone needs to hear and it impacts everything that we have said. So before we close, I would still want to hear, I don't want to leave out the Secretary and leave out her contribution. I would like the floor to be opened up to her now so she can do her thing.
Okay.
If there is no objection to that, my Lord.
No, my lord. Honorable
Honorable
Secretary.
Empress Nicole.
Sorry.
Honorable Empress Nicole, you may take the stage.
Thanks, Honorable Prophet.
Honorable Empress Nicole, your mic is muted. Could you check your mic, please?
Oh, pardon I.
Yes,
Give
sir.
thanks, Honorable Prophet Kitso. Blessed love, my Lord and Empress, members of the Royal Elders Council, Royal Family, Four Wings International, all audiences, those near and far. Give thanks. The Negro's Complaint, a poem by William Cowper. Far from the home and its pleasures, Africa coast I left for long, to increase a stranger's treasures, or the raging billows born. Men from England bought and sold me, paid my price in paltry gold. But though theirs they have enrolled me, mine's are never to be sold. Still in thought, as free as ever, what are England's rights, I ask? Me from my delights to sever, me to torture, me to task? Fleecy locks and black complexion cannot forfeit nature's claim. Skins may differ, but affection dwells in white and black the same. By our blood in Africa wasted, our necks received the chain. By the miseries that we tasted, crossing in your banks the main. By our sufferings since he brought us to the man degrading mart, all sustained by patient tortoise, only by a broken heart. Deem our nation brutes no longer, till some reason ye shall find, worthy of regard and stronger than the color of our kind. Slaves of gold, whose sordid dealings tarnish all your boasted powers, prove that you are human feelings, your proudly question ours. Why did all Cretan meteors make the plant for which we toil? Signs must fan it, tears must water, sweat of ours must dress the soil. Think, ye masters, iron-hearted, lolling at your jovial boards. Think how many backs have smarted for the sweets your cane affords. Is there, as ye sometimes tell us, is there one who reigns on high? Has he bid you buy and sell us, speaking from his throne the sky? Ask him if your knotted scorches, matches, blood, extorting screws are the means that duty urges agents of his will to use. Hark, he answers, wild tornadoes, strewing yonder sea with wrecks, wasting tongues, plantations, meadows are the voice with which he speaks. He, foreseeing what vexation African's son shall undergo, fixed their tyrant's habitation, where his whirlwinds answer no. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks to the listening ear, my Lord and Empress, to this poem, A Negro's Complaint, all audience. In this moment, I would like to present a short narrative in continuing. The Negro's Complaint, a poem written by an Englishman named William Cowper, a poet, a hymnist, who composed this controversial poem against the slave trade as an act of conscience, for he felt the guilt of sin for the enslaving of Africans by his countrymen. Cowper gives voice to those who have none and are not permitted to make outcries, hoping to awaken the conscience or the consciousness of the slave owners and slave traders both. William Cowper, the speaker of this poem, foresees what God Almighty Creator will do to the slave trade. In conclusion, my Lord and Empress, the Englishman William Cowper said, they must take heed to their actions and atrocities against these heinous crimes of slavery, of African slavery. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress, and all audience, those near and far. Holy Emmanuel,
Selassie,
Selassie,
Rastafari. We flow giving back to the host, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
Wonderful, mighty thanks, Empress. Give thanks for that wonderful, that powerful poem. You know, do give thanks. And give thanks everyone for listening in and for being here. Considering the, you know, Priest Ras Havana was supposed to do another poem, but he is now at an appointment. So we will move forward into the closing comment by my co-host, Empress Hosanna. You can go forward to do your closing comments, and I will follow after.
Yes, I give thanks on our Prophet Kito, and just want to say, you know, a heart full of thanks, or hardworking, passionate, and committed Elders Council Secretary. You all hear me, right?
You know.
Okay, yes. So I'm just saying again, I want to say thanks very much. And, you know, to our hardworking, passionate, committed Elders Council Secretary, Empress Nicole. And thanks again, I appreciate the poem. I want to say thank you to everyone. You know, again, it was a day well spent, a day of awareness that bring us closer, you know, to our goal and make us more or less understand that the journey ahead of us. And may us all leave in a space that, you know, we can come forward again and bring solutions and, you know, answers to go forward, you know, to our next step of the journey. And so I give thanks to everyone again and the Almighty, and give over the floor to Honorable Prophet Kito. Give thanks again, my Lord and Empress. Bless the Lord.
Give thanks, Honorable Empress Hosanna, for your closing comments. Much appreciated. And I would also like to thank everyone for being here. I would like to, you know, thank the chair and the co-chair. Give thanks, Honorable Priest Iamsley, chair, and give thanks, Honorable Priest Lamont, co-chair. Give thanks to our PRO, Honorable Priest Honorable Priest Ras Havana. Give thanks to our panelists as well. Give thanks to our panelists, Honorable Priest Lamont as well, Priest Isaacs, Honorable Empress Dr. Imani, and Honorable Ras Sekou. Give thanks for your presentations. Do also give thanks for the technician, Empress Trisha. Well done. Thank you very much as well for your contributions. Give thanks for Empress Nicole, our secretary. Give thanks. This has been an amazing journey through the annals of our history, as well, you know, as we all together, you know, shared our views and discussed the facts. And, you know, we are looking forward to the future effects of this event. And I would like to encourage everyone to reflect upon the things that we have discussed today. All right, all the things that we have covered today, I would like everyone to reflect upon those things after this program. By the way, though, can I hear a yes from everyone who, you know, were pleased with the program today?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Glorious.
Yes, Honorable Prophet. Give thanks, give thanks.
Worthy.
Give thanks. Really appreciate. Really appreciate. Give thanks. Awesome. All right, so we would like to go forward with welcoming Empress Miriam to give our closing chorus. Brother, the stone has to move. Blessed love, Royal Empress Miriam, are you with us still? And
yes,
Honorable Priest Daniel, yes. Let us go forward with that one and, you know, bring it forward. Blessed
all right, have to move. All right, say, brother, the great stone have to move. All right, say, brother, the great stone of Babylon. And brother, the great stone have to move.
One more time. Right,
I say, brother, that unmute your mic and sing along, my lord. Brother, that on got to move.
All right, brother,
Brother, that stone of Babylon. And brother, that stone got to move.
one more time.
All right, I say, brother, that great stone
To move. All
I
right,
say, brother, that great got to move. Unmute the mic and come in, Bridget, and then praise. Brother, that great stone of Babylon. Brother, that
Daniel, mute your
great
mic.
stone got to move.
Holy Mount Lord, Holy Mount My niggas, I love thee, I know the what mine. For thee are the pleasures of sin I resign. My gracious Redeemer, my Savior art thou. If ever I love thee, my niggas sit now. Working salvation in the end of the earth. Togetherness, oneness of heart. Selassie, Lord, my Lord, and give thanks again.
Give thanks, everyone. Give thanks, everyone. Give thanks, everyone. Love and blessings. Give thanks, Honorable Empress Miriam and Honorable Priest Daniel for such wonderful chorus. Give
It's a pleasure.
Yes, for real. Now at this time, we will hand over. Before I do that, I just want to have give special thanks to Empress Hosanna, who has co-hosted this program with us. Empress Hosanna, mighty thanks for, your involvement in, co-hosting the program. Really appreciate of you, doing this with us today. All right. And
likewise, it was a pleasure. And give thanks to everyone else for making it so comfortable and for the oneness.
For real. Really was a wonderful program today, and everyone who has made it possible to be here, thank you for being here. Thank you for all your contributions as well. And we want to, at this point, hand over to Honorable Priest Ainsley, the chair, to go through in leading the closing ceremony, a short creed, etc. Honorable Priest Ainsley, blessed love, my Lord. Handing over to you.
Majesty, bless my Lord. Give thanks to such a royal program. Glorify the host and the co-host, royal secretary, all panelists, and all ones who had an input. And I give thanks. It was a mighty, well put together program. I would have liked the technician to put up the mission statement again, seeing that it even had someone who came on today, that first time they come on, and I would like to even just seal it up with let them know the mission statement of the Elder Council. The Elder Council not come to take over, not run nothing. The sole mission of the Elder Council is to be the moral compass of the EABIC. This entails observing the administration of the Congress and assuring that all businesses are done in an ethical manner. The Elders Council will function as an ethics committee in its essence, bringing order and justice to the membership. The Elder Council is a formal advisory board structure that brings value-driven insight and creative advice with strategic instruction and advocacy within approved guidelines for the membership. The order of business on the agenda is assessing the purpose and function of all existing groups within the Congress and making recommendations for improvement and or giving mandates for the effects of immediate rectification to be evident Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. So, we encourage each and everyone, to come in next week forward and let us go forward with this, forming, building back that unity and that compassion, love of the Father that He showed unto us, where we can show to each other. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. Honorable co-host, you had anything to say before me say the closing prayer?
Give thanks, Honorable Chair. Just want to give my compliment to all that has been said, to really glorify, the panelists, the organizers, to just glorify the Honorable Empresses, Empress Hosanna, Empress Nicole, Empress Trisha, and, Honorable Mama Maisie, just glorifying all the mothers and the sisters that have really, blessed us with their presence and their effort. Just glorifying, all ones that have really come out to this Elders Council presentation, and look forward to all ones, those who are elders that are within hearing. We do look forward to everyone coming to the Elders Council. It's not, the Elders Council and eldership is not something that you can buy or anyone has to give to you. It's something that you have earned and attained unto through time and the blessing of the Most High, and by you being there for that length of time. We do thank everyone, we glorify everyone. Our director, Honorable Priest Rastavana, had to leave a little early, but we glorify all his strength and his effort. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much, everyone. Love you, and God bless all one. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I.
Rastafari. Reverence in the courts of King David. Holy Emmanuel I, Selassie I, Jah,
Rastafari.
Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy One of creation. As Jah was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, Jah will without end. Selassie I, Jah. Behold, how good and pleasant it is for us, brethren and sisters, to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down onto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down onto the skirts of his garments. As the dew of Hermon, as it descended upon the Mount Zion. May the Lord commanded his blessings forevermore. Oh God, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Jah Rastafari, great and terrible God, Jah Rastafari is the Almighty God. Jah, who seated in Zion and reign in the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high, eternal Father, Jehovah God, Jah Rastafari, hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us all. Because thy holy face is shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high, Jah, that put their trust in true and living God shall be like Mount Zion, which can't remove but a the mountain about Jerusalem, so the mighty God is round about his children. From this time henceforth and forevermore, the black tiger, Marcus I,
Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari,
and Empress, heart of love.
Heart of love.
Heart of strength, my Lord.
Respect.
We say,
blessed love, honorable. Give thanks, my Lord. Give thanks.
Chris Andrew, could you get keep the link with Honorable Emperor Dr. Imani? We really need to
yes. Yes, my Lord. Forward something to give her to carry up. Yes,
Yes,
we have that talent in ranks, coordination and organizing, So we have to try to do it. And, you know, if we are doing it on an international level and we get them inspiration, we have to put our effort in the national context. Wherever we are, that we try to build a fellowship around us. Said we, as Jai used to say, we can't love far I don't love near I. So we have to strengthen near I also, all the time.
Rastafari. Blessed loved ones and ones, give thanks for the evening, give thanks for the moments. Blessed love. Rastafari go with everyone, you know? All right,
blessed are my Lord, blessed are my Lord.
Good job, Empress.
The old Philistine Mr. My Lord, Mr. Lamont.
Powerful.
Zion, it shall be
Give
said.
thanks to the elders, my Lord. Mama Miriam, Mama Lily, blessed.
Blessed love, Empress.
Priest Prince, Majesty, my Lord.
As the players of instruments shall be there.
Blessedness, I'm out.
The technology not so up with the technology yet, you know.
All right, I have to send him the link, you know, because I couldn't get on. So
I'm have to send him back another link. I mean, I want him. I'm send him another link. I mean, I want him.
Yeah, we know where I do.
All right, then.
All right, ones and ones, I sign him out now. So give thanks and praises to the Most High. Love and blessings to everyone. Be strong, stay strong.
Guidance and guide yourself, my Lord.
True, my Lord. Give thanks to the guidance and give thanks to the guidance. Guide the eyes.
Blessed my lords, blessed all empresses. His foundations in the holy mountains. The Most High Emperor Haile Selassie first loveth the gates of Zion more than all places of Jacob. Glorious things have been spoken of the city of Jah.
Same to you, Empress. Great job, Empress. Empress had to link with you. If you should show me some little thing, you know. Good job.
This man was born there.
Well done, Empress. Well, according to Marcus Garvey, par excellent.
Born in her.
Par excellent, Empress.
Sure. Yeah, man. That's fully endorsed that one.
This man was born there, Sila. As the players of instruments. Hold out Most High, we Haile Selassie first.
You want to have a blood that's strong ahead? Smart work, give thanks. I just have to tell you ahead.
Give thanks, Empress Hosanna. Give thanks, Empress Hosanna. Give thanks.
Prophet I not blessed.
Look at my Lord.
Finally get to that.